Chapter 496. In the spirit land, Xia Qianqian and the female cultivator watched Lu Yi leave. The latter kept waving her hand, reluctant to part with him. Xia Qianqian glanced at her. "He's already gone, little hussy. Why are you still waving?" The female cultivator felt wronged. "Senior sister, how can you say that? You're really useless." Xia Qianqian was disappointed. "That guy doesn't like women. What can I do?" The female cultivator felt even more wronged. She had followed Lu Yi around and tried her best to show off her beauty, but she still couldn't make Lu Yi stay. "Take good care of them. I'll leave first. I'll find you an array cultivator later," Xia Qianqian said, then handed the jade ring to the female cultivator and flew into the sky. "Senior sister, take care." The female cultivator continued waving. In the air, Lu Yi flew on his artifact, still wearing the fox mask on his face. He felt like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. He was in a good mood. He was no longer in the spirit stream battlefield, where he would be recognized wherever he went and then beaten up by everyone. His current life was too comfortable. When night fell, he landed and found a cave in the wilderness to rest and recuperate. A bonfire crackled in the cave, and a large piece of beast meat was roasting on it. It was golden yellow, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Deep in the cave, Lu Yi was busy setting up a spirit array. Yi's figure suddenly emerged from the ground and came to Lu Ye's side, whispering, "I didn't find him." Lu Yi nodded. "It's normal that you didn't find him. It should be a ghost cultivator." And it was very likely that it was Jiang Qingzi, who he had fought yesterday. After bidding farewell to Xia Qianqian, Lu Yi didn't set off for long before he felt like he was being watched. He had also had this feeling when he was in the spirit stream battlefield, and it turned out that he wasn't being paranoid. Someone really was secretly following him. Now that he was a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, his mind was much stronger than when he was in the spirit stream realm. So, although he didn't know who was secretly following him, he was sure that he was being watched. Yi had gone to look for traces of the person who was secretly following him, but she didn't find anything. If a fifth-order Cloud River Realm ghost cultivator wanted to hide, Lu Yi would have to use his insight spirit inscriptions to investigate somewhere not far away. Yi alone couldn't find him. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to obtain benefits from Xia Qianqian. It seemed that his previous actions had. After all, a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator was able to defeat two fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivators, 2 minor realms above him. More importantly, Jiang Liuzi and his brother weren't ordinary fifth-order cultivators. It was hard not to attract attention. But when he was fighting against Jiang Liuzi, a sword cultivator, it was impossible for Lu Yi to hide his strength. His cultivation was already inferior to Jiang Liuzi's. If he still hid his strength when fighting against a sword cultivator who was known for killing, it would be no different from courting death. Although Lu Yi could increase his speed and shake off his pursuers after noticing that someone was following him, it would be too obvious if he did so. There was more than one way to get rid of the other party. As for secretly looking for traces of the other party, it wasn't a good idea. Since the other party was following him, he must have helpers. The ninth-order young man was most likely involved. He might even be the mastermind. Against such a master, Lu Yi wasn't his opponent. A moment later, Lu Yi walked out of the cave and soared into the sky. In the darkness, Jiang Qingzi stared at Lu Ye's figure, puzzled. Just as Lu Yi thought, the one who was secretly watching him was Jiang Qingzi. He was also entrusted by the ninth-order young man to follow him all the way here. Lu Ye's actions puzzled him. Why didn't this guy rest well at night? Why was he suddenly in a hurry? He quickly sent out a message and continued to follow Lu Ye's figure. Half an hour later, Lu Yi landed 100 kilometers away. As usual, he found a cave and walked in. In the dark, Jiang Qingzi also landed and sent out another message. Dozens of kilometers away, the Ninth Order young man rushed over with Jiang Luzi. They didn't dare to get too close before, so as not to alarm Lu Yi. If they did, Lu Yi would definitely call for help. It would be troublesome if they provoked Xia Qianqian. After a day of rest, Jiang Luzi's injuries were much better. Following behind the young man, he asked in confusion, "Senior Brother Wei, what's the background of that fox face? Why is Senior Brother Wei paying so much attention to him?" The fox face was very strong, beyond imagination. It was certain that he wasn't an unknown master, but it wasn't enough to attract the attention of Wei Kei, a Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. After all, he was someone who was about to break through to the True Lake Realm. How could he put ordinary people in his eyes? Wei Kei heard this and asked, "Do you know the Jade Blood Sect?" Of course. The Jade Blood Sect of the War Province was a dominating sect 30 years ago. It was also the leader of the Grand Heaven Alliance. The Jade Blood Sect has a Lu Yi. Have you heard of him? Jiang Luzi was surprised. Are you saying that the fox face is Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect? It seems that you have heard of him. Wei Kei smiled slightly. It wasn't difficult to find out Lu Ye's identity. He just had to ask someone about any monstrous figure that had appeared in the Spirit Stream battlefield in the past 6 months. Moreover, it was a saber-wielding weapon cultivator. After retreating with his people, Wei Kei immediately sent out a message and asked someone to inquire about this matter. Originally, he was just curious about Lu Ye's identity and wanted to find out more. As a result, he found a big fish. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect was wanted by many sects in Myriad Demon Ridge. The bounty of the various sects was enough to make even him, a Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, jealous. It could be said that as long as he could kill Lu Yi, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of his life. How could Wei Kei not be tempted by such a great temptation? He immediately asked Jiang Qingzi to lurk near the spirit land and track Lu Ye's movements. As soon as Lu Yi left, Jiang Qingzi followed him from a distance. As for Jiang Luzi, it wasn't surprising that he knew about Lu Yi because he was still in the Spirit Stream battlefield when the battle on Golden Light Summit broke out. He had heard about it, but at that time Jiang Luzi and his brother were Ninth Order Heaven Grade cultivators, and Lu Yi was just an ordinary Fifth Order cultivator. He had only heard about it and didn't pay much attention to it. At that time, Lu Ye's life was related to the survival of the Jade Blood Sect, so he hadn't shown any threat to the Myriad Demon Ridge forces. 2 months after the battle on Golden Light Summit, Jiang Luzi and his brother broke through to the Cloud River battlefield and hadn't left since. So, they hadn't heard about the various storms that Lu Yi had caused in the Spirit Stream battlefield. However, he was still aware of the bounty issued by the various large sects of the Myriad Devil Ridge for Lu Yi. At that time, it was because of the bounty issued by the various large sects of the Myriad Devil Ridge that thousands of cultivators gathered at the Golden Light Peak, allowing Lu Yi to win 43 consecutive battles without a single defeat. Isn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? Jiang Luzi was shocked. How long had it been since the battle on Golden Light Summit? That little character who had caused a war between the two camps had actually broken through to the Cloud River battlefield? Moreover, he was a Third Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. One had to know that the two brothers had come to the Cloud River battlefield 1 or 2 years earlier than Lu Yi, but they were still only Fifth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators. It's not just his cultivation speed. You two brothers probably don't know what he did in the Spirit Stream battlefield. To be honest, when Wei Kei received the detailed information about Lu Yi, he was also shocked. Lu Ye's 2 years in the Spirit Stream battlefield were simply 2 years of suffering for the Myriad Demon Ridge. Especially in the later stages, Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect became an overlord as a cultivator. Wherever he went, the various sects of Myriad Demon Ridge would tremble. He even destroyed the garrisons of the first-grade sects whenever he wanted to. In the end, he forced the myriad demon Ridge to compromise, and the various sects in the core circle had to offer him safety money in order to protect themselves. It was said that on the day he broke through to the Cloud River realm, the various sects in the Spirit Stream battlefield celebrated with gongs and drums. Since ancient times, there had never been a cultivator who could cause such a big reaction from an entire camp. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect had done it. His fame and prestige would probably remain a legend in the Spirit Stream battlefield for the next 10 or 20 years. Hearing Wei Kei's words, Jiang Luzi couldn't help but ask curiously, what did he do in the Spirit Stream battlefield? Wei Kei was silent for a while before he sighed and told him some information. Jiang Luzi only felt that his mouth was cheap. Why did he ask this for no reason? This information was a disgrace to the various sects of Myriad Demon Ridge. As a cultivator of Myriad Demon Ridge, he only felt his face turn red at this moment. So, after Lu Yi broke through to the Cloud River realm, all the top sects in Myriad Demon Ridge increased the bounty on his head. They wanted people in the Cloud River battlefield to find his traces and find a way to eliminate him. Unfortunately, because the transmission of information is inconvenient, and because he hasn't been in the Cloud River battlefield for long, no one has found his tracks yet. Lu Yi's talent in the Spirit Stream realm was far too monstrous. This caused the Myriad Demon Ridge to feel fear. Such a person naturally had to be killed as soon as possible. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was invincible under the heavens. But on the Cloud River battlefield, things were different. This was an opportunity for the Myriad Demon Ridge. However, the Cloud River battlefield wasn't very convenient for information to travel between the 9 states. It wasn't like on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Even if a Guardian Envoy didn't return to the 9 states, he could still communicate with his own Guardian Envoy through the battlefield imprint. On the other hand, the Cloud River battlefield didn't have this convenience. Someone had to come in to pass on information, and once someone left the Cloud River battlefield, they couldn't re-enter for a month. This was the rule of heaven, and no one could break it. This made it so that Cloud River realm cultivators couldn't quickly enter and leave the battlefield to pass on information. This time, if it weren't for Wei Kei's curiosity about Lu Yi's identity, he wouldn't have deliberately sent people to investigate and discover Lu Yi's true identity. If Lu Yi knew about this, he would definitely feel wronged. Before, when he had revealed his true appearance, even if he had encountered some Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, no one had paid attention to him. Now that he had a chance to hide his identity and wear a fox mask, he had almost been discovered by others. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 497. Jiang Luzi frowned. How long has he been in the Cloud River battlefield? I don't know exactly when he entered the Cloud River battlefield, but according to the intelligence, he broke through to the Cloud River realm less than 2 months ago. Jiang Luzi sucked in a breath of cold air. In other words, even if he entered the Cloud River battlefield as soon as he broke through, it would only be such a long time. But he was already a third-order Cloud River realm cultivator. What kind of cultivation speed was this? The Cloud River realm was indeed a realm that could rapidly increase one's cultivation because of the miraculous spirit lot. However, spirit lots were not easy to obtain. Even if one encountered a heaven-bestowed spirit lot, one would have to compete with hundreds or thousands of people, and only then would one have the chance to grab 1 or 2. The quality of the spirit lot was also not something that could be forced. The purple and gold spirit lots were definitely the targets of 8th or 9th order masters. With Jiang Luzi's current cultivation, he would at most dare to grab a blue spirit lot. If he dared to have any ideas about the purple or gold spirit lot, he would definitely be taught a lesson. How many spirit lots did Lu Yi get to the 3rd order Cloud River realm in one go? Everything was afraid of comparison. Jiang Luzi thought that his cultivation speed was fast enough, but compared to Lu Yi, it was completely insignificant. We're here. As they spoke, the two figures landed, and Jiang Qingzi, who was hiding in the dark, came out to greet them. "Still here?" Wei Kei asked. "Over there, there's a cave. He's hiding inside and hasn't come out." Jiang Qingzi pointed in a direction. "Very good." Wei Kei showed a happy expression and ordered, "Jiang Qingzi, go in and sneak attack him. If you can succeed, that would be best, but if you can't, Jiang Liuzi and I will kill him together. After we succeed, I'll get 60% of the benefits, and you two brothers will get 40%. Although Wei Kei opened his mouth to take 60% of the benefits, he did have such qualifications with his ninth order cultivation, so Jiang Liuzi naturally had no objections. As for Jiang Qingzi, he still didn't understand Lu Ye's identity, so he naturally didn't know what 40% of the benefits meant. But since his brothers didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't say anything. "Then I'll go." As Jiang Qingzi spoke, he took out a pitch-black short blade and held it in his hand. His figure quickly disappeared, and he moved in the direction of the cave. Previously, when he had fought with Lu Yi in the valley, his concealment technique had been broken, and he had been taught a miserable lesson. Jiang Qingzi was naturally unwilling to accept this because he felt that Lu Yi had been lucky. His concealment technique had been broken, and he had been forced to fight in close quarters. How could he be a match for Lu Yi? He swore in his heart that this time he was going to correct the ghost's name. Let that fox-faced man know the terror of a ghost cultivator's attack. After his figure disappeared, Wei Kei and Jiang Liuzi were ready to support him at any time. After waiting for a moment, there was a sudden explosion from the direction of the cave, followed by flames that soared to the sky. Wei Kei and Jiang Liuzi, who were on high alert, were both startled. They couldn't understand how Jiang Qingzi could cause such a ruckus just by going to kill a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Furthermore, the commotion didn't sound right. It was as if not good. "Jiang Liuzi!" exclaimed. He turned into a sword light and rushed in the direction of the source of the commotion. Wei Kei also frowned and followed. A moment later, amidst the collapsed rocks, Jiang Liuzi dug out Jiang Qingzi, who was buried underground. At this moment, Jiang Qingzi was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and his body was scorched. He was in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. "What happened? Where is Lu Yi?" Wei Kei asked. The cave had already collapsed, but there was no Lu Yi here. There was only Jiang Qingzi. Jiang Qingzi gasped for breath, looking like he had just survived a disaster. After a while, he replied, "I didn't see anyone. There was an explosion array set up here." He thought that this trip would be able to wash away his shame. However, not long after he walked into the cave, he stepped into an explosion array. There was not much room to move in the cave, so even if Jiang Qingzi had noticed at the moment the array exploded, there was no way he could escape. Then the array was activated and the cave collapsed, burying him inside. As for that fox-faced man, he didn't see him at all. "Didn't you say he was here?" Wei Kei's expression was a little ugly. He was indeed inside, but I don't know why he disappeared. Jiang Qingzi explained. He saw the fox-faced man walk into the cave with his own eyes, and from the beginning to the end, there was no sign of him coming out. But that guy just disappeared like a ghost. Now, it seemed that the only explanation was that the other party had noticed that someone was following him. So he deliberately set up an ambush array in the cave and used a concealment talisman to quietly leave. Wei Kei's face was gloomy. He thought that it would be a great trip, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. The key was that there was no way to find Lu Yi's trace now. In this huge Cloud River battlefield, if the other party wanted to hide, who could find him? Of course, if the news was leaked and the cultivators of the entire 10,000 Demon Ridge camp were mobilized, Lu Yi would have no way out. However, the situation in the Cloud River battlefield was much more complicated than the Spirit Stream battlefield, and he didn't want to share this great benefit with too many people. With his Cloud River Ninth Order cultivation as long as he found Lu Yi's whereabouts. He was confident that he could kill him. The reason why he brought the Jiang brothers this time was nothing more than to borrow Jiang Qingzi's ability as a ghost cultivator to track Lu Yi. He had been careful enough, but he didn't expect that he would still fail. The problem didn't lie with Jiang Qingzi. He was a fifth-order ghost cultivator, and his concealment methods were superb enough. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Lu Yi, who was only a third order, to detect him. But Lu Yi still noticed him, and even set up a trap. This guy, what a strong perception. Let's split up and look for him. He must not have gone far, Wei Kai said as his figure soared into the sky, leaving the Jiang brothers looking at each other. Yang Kai was not afraid that the Jiang Liuzi brothers would not inform him if they found Lu Yi's whereabouts, because with the ability Lu Yi had shown before, the Jiang Liuzi brothers did not have the ability to quickly kill Lu Yi. If they really found his whereabouts, they would definitely inform him. On the contrary, if he found Lu Yi, he could eat it all alone. The only thing to worry about was that the brothers would send a message to their own sect. The sect behind the Jiang brothers was a second-order sect, so naturally there would be many masters active in this Cloud River battlefield. This matter couldn't be stopped, and he didn't want to stop it. Who is that guy? Why does senior brother Wei seem to care so much about him? After Wei Kai left, Jiang Chengzi asked, Blue Blood Sect, Lu Yi. It sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? The Battle of Golden Light Peak, Jiang Liuzi reminded him. Oh, so it's that little brat. Hiss. I remember that this little brat has a bounty on his head from various sects. Now you know why Wei Kai values him so much, right? Jiang Chengzi suddenly became spirited, and his injuries didn't hurt as much. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him quickly. First, send a message to senior brother Lu Shu and the others. Wei Kai wants to leave us to eat alone, but we have to see if he has the ability to do so, Jiang Liuzi said as he sent out a few messages. Although they were all cultivators of the same camp and stood on the same side, when it came to other matters, there would be some open and covert struggles. This was human nature. Soon, more people learned about Lu Yi from the Blue Blood Sect. These 8th and 9th Order masters who were active in the Cloud River battlefield all year round might not have heard of this name before. But Jiang Liuzi had explained all the information about Lu Yi, so how could they not be tempted? After all, a 3rd Order Cloud River realm cultivator was related to a huge amount of cultivation resources. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, so they all set out and rushed in this direction. They were afraid that others would beat them to it. At the same time, in the cave where he first hid, Lu Yi was eating roasted beast meat. The two caves were 100 kilometers apart. Naturally, he was able to return so quickly with the help of a transmission array. He had previously left a transmission mother array here, and then went 100 kilometers away to arrange a transmission child array and directly teleported back. When Jiang Qingzi stepped into the cave, he triggered the explosion array that he had left behind. The cave must have collapsed from the explosion, and the teleportation subarray that he had left behind would also be destroyed. No matter who went there, they would not be able to find any clues. The time was just right for him to return, and the beast meat he had left here was ready. Lu Yi hadn't used the transmission array for a long time, and this time he found something interesting. The feeling of being teleported was not as uncomfortable, and the connection between the transmission child array and the mother array was closer. This was undoubtedly related to the improvement of his cultivation. After all, when he arranged the transmission array in the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was only at Tianqi realm. In other words, with his current cultivation, the transmission array he arranged could teleport him further, no longer limited to a mere 100 kilometers. This was good news. The further the distance a transmission array could teleport, the more valuable it would be. Lu Yi didn't stay in the cave for long. He put away the array flag and walked out with the roasted beast meat. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. 100 kilometers was nothing to a Cloud River tier cultivator. Those who had been tracking him had suffered a loss in the cave on the other side, and would definitely continue to search for him. If he delayed for too long, they might be able to find him. The sky was as dark as ink, and not a single star could be seen. Lu Yi hurried through the night, and the direction he was heading in was naturally deliberately avoiding the direction of the second cave. By dawn he had already traveled several thousand kilometers, and only then did he find a place to land in the wilderness. There was a clear spring in the wilderness, and the journey was dusty. Lu Yi first took Hupa to take a bath, and then found a secluded place to set up a few simple formations, and made some slight adjustments. After recovering his spirit and spiritual power, he took out a purple spirit lot. Naturally, it was drawn from the lot box that Xia Qianqian had given him. Spirit lots were the favorite treasures of cultivators, and when it was in their hands, they naturally had to use it as soon as possible to convert it into their own strength. Chapter 498. A few hours later, the purple spirit ring dissipated. Lu Yi checked his spirit energy river and found that it had increased in size, but it was still far from reaching the fourth order realm. After coming out of the sealed world in the realm of beasts, he had used nearly 30,000 merit points to reach the third order realm. Moreover, he had accumulated a lot of spirit energy in the third order realm, but the higher a cultivator's cultivation, the more resources they needed. Based on his own experience in the Cloud River realm, if spirit sticks represented resources, he should only need one golden spirit stick to advance from the first order realm to the second order, 2 golden spirit sticks to advance from the second order to the third order, 3 or 4 golden spirit sticks to advance from the third order to the fourth order, and even more from the fourth order to the fifth order. Therefore, even if he had accumulated a lot of spirit energy in the third order realm, a single purple spirit stick was not enough to change his cultivation. However, Lu Yi was already very satisfied with this. It had been less than 2 months since he entered the Cloud River battlefield, but he had already reached the third order Cloud River realm. This kind of cultivation speed might not be unprecedented, but it was still rare in 100 years. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Just as he was about to set off, a humming sound came from an inexplicable place. In an instant, the sky changed color. Lu Yi instinctively raised his hand and pressed the hilt of his saber, vigilant of his surroundings. Before he could find out what had happened, a dazzling light suddenly rose from a distant place in his field of vision. It was as bright as a new star. However, what made people feel uneasy was that the dazzling light was blood red. The red light rose to an extremely high altitude, becoming brighter and brighter. At this moment, cultivators in a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers could see it clearly. Staring at the ominous red light, Lu Yi frowned, thinking about all the information he had bought from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. He did not know what was going on, but such a huge movement was obviously not man-made. The Cloud River battlefield was full of Cloud River realm cultivators, and Cloud River realm cultivators did not have such great ability. Since it was not man-made, it must be a manifestation of heaven's will. Soon, Lu Yi recalled some information he had read before, and his face changed. He quickly turned around and activated the Flying Wing's spiritual tattoo instead of the spiritual boat. A fiery red stream of light spread out behind him and turned into a pair of wings. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Not only that, he also enhanced himself with the wind spiritual tattoo. At this moment, Lu Yi raised his speed to the limit, completely ignoring the crazy consumption of his spiritual energy. He fled in panic, as if there was a great flood behind him. "Lu Yi, what's wrong?" Yi's voice came from within Hupo's body. She didn't know why Lu Yi looked like he was being chased. She sensed her surroundings, but there was no trace of the enemy. "I'll tell you later." Lu Yi was busy running for his life. He didn't have the time to explain too much. If it was really as he thought, then this place was definitely not a place to stay for long. Although staying here might bring him opportunities, it was even more dangerous. He was just a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, so it was best not to get involved in this kind of thing. Lu Yi fled as fast as he could, while behind him, the dazzling red light remained suspended in midair for at least a stick of incense worth of time. During this period, there was no change. It wasn't until a stick of incense worth of time later that the red light suddenly exploded. Then, with the red light as its source, a red line visible to the naked eye radiated out in all directions. Looking around, it was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky as a series of blood-red streaks of light cut through the sky, radiating out in all directions. After a stick of incense worth of time, with the help of his flying wings and wind spiritual tattoo, Lu Yi had flown at least 200 or 300 kilometers. At that moment, Yi's exclamation rang out, "Be careful!" The dazzling red light suddenly fell straight in front of Lu Ye's eyes and transformed into a red spirit energy light curtain. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. He had no time to slow down and could only cross his arms in front of him while leaning sideways. With a bang, Lu Ye's body slammed into the red spirit energy light curtain. It was as if he had hit a wall, but the red light curtain remained motionless while Lu Yi was directly bounced back and slammed into the ground. For a moment, he felt dizzy and pain all over his body. Standing up awkwardly, Lu Yi stared at the red light curtain in front of him with complicated feelings. In the end, he had not been able to escape, and this red light curtain had actually appeared right in front of him. It was too much of a coincidence. Moving his body around to make sure there were no broken bones, Lu Yi turned around and looked up. High up in the sky, he saw a red light curtain covering the dazzling sun. If one looked down from high up in the sky, this red light curtain looked like an inverted bowl, completely enveloping an area of several 100,000 kilometers, isolating it from the outside world. Lu Ye's current position was right at the edge of this inverted bowl. Now that he was trapped here, there was no need to look for giant armor. Yi flashed out and stared at the huge red light curtain in shock. The red light curtain was like flowing blood, giving off an ominous and murderous feeling. Lu Yi, what is this? The hunting ground. As Lu Yi spoke, he handed the information jade slip that he had bought from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance to Yi. The hunting ground was rather complicated and could not be explained in a short period of time, so it was better to let Yi investigate it herself. Yi took it and immersed herself in reading the information about the hunting ground. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was looking around. If he had only been suspicious before, he was now certain that this was really the hunting ground. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such a thing. The hunting ground was a name and could be considered a sudden occurrence. It was a sudden occurrence that was unique to the Cloud River battlefield. The appearance of the hunting ground was marked by the rising of a red star and the blood curtain covering the sky. The hunting ground varied in size, and the pattern of its appearance was difficult to grasp. Sometimes it would not appear once in a year or two, and sometimes it would appear several times in a year. The location of its appearance was completely random, but when the hunting ground appeared, it would be within the range of the blood curtain. In other words, cultivators could enter the hunting ground from outside, but before the hunting ground disappeared, they would not be able to leave. Looking at the range of the blood curtain this time, this was undoubtedly a large-scale hunting ground. After all, it covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even for Cloud River tier cultivators, this was not a small range. However, compared to the entire Cloud River battlefield, the area of hundreds of thousands of miles was only a drop in the ocean. Since it was called the hunting ground, there was naturally no lack of fighting and killing. Normally, when unfamiliar Cloud River tier cultivators met, it was very difficult to start conflict because no one knew which faction the other belonged to. However, in the hunting ground, as long as cultivators were within a certain range of each other, their factions would be exposed. This was similar to the declaration of war by the sects on the Spirit Stream battlefield. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, if a sect declared war on another sect, the cultivators of both sides would also reveal their factions when they met. This made it easier for unfamiliar cultivators to distinguish between friend and foe. Since Lu Yi entered the Cloud River battlefield, apart from killing a few myriad demons Ridge cultivators when he took back the spiritual land, he had not killed anyone else. This was not because he was cultivating, but because he really did not have the opportunity. Even if he met other cultivators in the wilderness, it was difficult to start a conflict without knowing which faction the other party belonged to. However, it was different in the hunting ground. As long as the distance between the two parties was close enough, their factions could be seen at a glance. This could easily lead to some fighting and killing, especially when the difference in cultivation between the two parties was too great. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had wanted to escape when he sensed that something was wrong. He was only a third-order Cloud River tier cultivator. Even if he had the ability to kill enemies above his realm, if he really encountered 8th or 9th order Cloud River tier cultivators, let alone being able to defeat them, he was afraid that he would not even be able to escape. The sudden occurrence of the hunting ground was still too dangerous for him. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape. The range of the hunting ground just happened to cover him. He seriously suspected that he had been targeted. Otherwise, it would not have been so coincidental that he was just a few steps away. There was no doubt that the appearance of the hunting ground was due to the operation of Heaven's will. It could be said that this thing was created by Heaven's will. When Lu Yi first came into contact with Heaven's will, he felt that Heaven's will was illusory. However, as his cultivation increased and his vision broadened, he slowly discovered that Heaven's will was everywhere in the life of a cultivator. Although there were many battles and killings in the hunting ground, there were also great benefits and opportunities. Without mentioning anything else, the most common thing that appeared in the hunting ground was the heavenly spirit lot, and there was a high chance that a golden spirit lot would appear. The heavenly spirit lot did not always have a golden spirit lot. Just like when Lu Yi had just entered the Cloud River battlefield, the clouds that appeared at that time only had 4 colors, so the highest quality spirit lot that appeared was only purple. Only a 5-colored cloud would bring a golden spirit lot. Correspondingly, if there were a 3-colored cloud, the highest quality spirit lot would be a blue spirit lot. If there were 2 colors, then only a white spirit lot and a green spirit lot would appear. Not only that, but every time a hunting ground appeared, it would be accompanied by the birth of a killing ground list. Just like the Spirit Stream list, the top 100 cultivators would be rewarded by Heaven's will. As for exactly what the reward was, Lu Yi had no idea. There was no record of it in the intelligence reports from the Heaven's Will Business Alliance. In addition to that, Heaven's Will would choose one person from the hunting ground each day and bestow a golden spirit lot. That was not a good thing. To cultivators with low cultivation bases, it was a nightmare. That was because the golden spirit lot bestowed by Heaven's Will was a special kind of spirit lot. It could not be used directly, nor could it be stored in a bag of holding. Only after 24 hours had elapsed would the special golden spirit lot become a normal golden spirit lot. Only then could it truly be used. In other words, if the cultivator who had been bestowed a golden spirit lot wanted to keep it, they would have to hold it for 24 hours. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, if one could find a completely hidden place to hide for 24 hours, that would be enough. Ghost cultivators were experts at such things. Chapter 499. Most importantly, within those 24 hours, the special spirit lot would explode once every 6 hours. No matter how well the cultivator with the spirit lot hid, their location would be exposed instantly. Spirit lots, as such, would often be fought over by experts from all walks of life. After all, compared to trying one's luck with the Heaven Bestowment Spirit lot, this was a true golden spirit lot. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, it would be a gain if they could get their hands on it. Lu Ye's expression was calm as he recalled all sorts of information regarding the hunting ground. Since he could not hide, he could only participate in it. He could foresee that in the coming days, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators rushing to the hunting ground from all directions, especially those with high cultivation. For Lu Yi, the hunting ground was filled with danger. However, for cultivators who were strong enough, the hunting ground was filled with opportunities. None of them would miss out on such an opportunity. Lu Yi did not expect to obtain many opportunities in the hunting ground. At the very least, he wanted to survive. Even though his cultivation was not high, his survivability was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. In terms of concealment, he had the concealment and aura concealment spirit patterns. In terms of escape, he had the flying wings and wind travel. Therefore, as long as he did not meet with experts who were too strong, he was confident that he could protect himself. However, this was still not enough. He needed to make even more preparations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Yi made up his mind. He inwardly rejoiced that he had refined enough array flags before. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel safe in this environment. In fact, there was a heavenly secret business alliance within the hunting ground. After all, how could there not be a single heavenly secret business alliance within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers? However, when the hunting ground appeared, the heavenly secret business alliance would not open for business and would close down immediately. Therefore, even if there was a heavenly secret business alliance, there was no way one could enter to seek refuge, let alone trade. That was also the rule of heavenly secret. Lu Yi had sufficient spirit stones, elixirs, formation flags, and foundation. Therefore, as long as he was careful, it would not be an issue for him to survive the closing of the hunting ground. Generally speaking, the hunting ground would not appear for more than a month. Most of the time, it would be between half a month to a month. As for how long it would last, it was hard to determine. Before the hunting ground disappeared, there would be some warnings from the heavens. At that time, all the cultivators in the hunting ground would be able to sense it. Just as Lu Yi was thinking about this, the red light curtain beside him suddenly distorted. Then a figure squeezed through the light curtain and appeared not far from him. Someone had come in from outside. It was just that the person did not expect to bump into Lu Yi as soon as he came in. Their eyes met, and the back of Lu Ye's hand uncontrollably blossomed with a blue light, while the back of his opponent's hand blossomed with a red light. The other party was from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Judging from the other party's physique and abundant blood and chi, this fellow was clearly an individual cultivator. Since he dared to barge into the hunting grounds alone, his cultivation base was definitely not low. Cultivators with low cultivation bases would never take the initiative to enter the hunting grounds. Walking in here to die. After a slight stalemate, the body cultivator looked at Lu Yi and then at Yi beside him and said, "I'm just passing by." Although they were from opposing factions, the body cultivator clearly did not intend to make a move before figuring out the other party's cultivation base, especially when Lu Yi and Yi were together. He expressed his attitude, nodded slightly to Lu Yi, and walked away from the side. Lu Yi stared at him expressionlessly, showing no intention of stopping him. Yi also just stood quietly beside Lu Yi. After walking a few dozen feet, the body cultivator suddenly stopped and said, "You want to leave here, right?" As soon as he said this, Lu Yi pounced straight at the other party. At the same time, Yi, who had been accumulating power, raised her hand and sent a golden arc at the body cultivator. The body cultivator suddenly turned around and punched out, shattering Yi's spell. He grinned maliciously and said, "As expected." As soon as he came in, he saw Lu Yi and Yi together. He did not dare to make a move because he did not know the cultivation base of the enemy. He said that he was just passing by, but in fact he was probing to see if Lu Yi and Yi were strong. If Lu Yi and Yi were strong enough, they naturally would not let him leave so easily. No matter what, they would have to fight. But Lu Yi and Yi did not take any action and let him leave. From this, the body cultivator concluded that the two were not too strong. Moreover, the two were standing at the edge of the hunting ground, obviously intending to leave. If their cultivation was strong enough, Why would they leave when the hunting ground had just appeared? Any fourth or fifth order cultivator would not make such a choice. So, the body cultivator immediately determined that the two were cultivators who had just arrived at the Cloud River battlefield. At most, they were third order cultivators and knew nothing about the hunting ground. Otherwise, they would not have come to the edge of the hunting ground. After confirming this, the probing ended. Now that Yi and Lu Yi fought, he found that his judgment was right. This petite female cultivator was a first-order Cloud River realm cultivator, and the weapon cultivator with the fox mask was a third-order Cloud River realm cultivator. This was a fat piece of meat that had been delivered to his mouth. There was no reason to let it go. Facing such two enemies, he did not even need to summon his spirit artifact shield. He only needed a punch to break Yi's spirit technique. A bright blade light flashed in his field of vision. The body cultivator's grin stiffened and blood splashed. The body cultivator punched out, forcing Lu Yi back while hurriedly retreating. Looking down, he saw a huge wound on his abdomen. His eyes narrowed and he was secretly shocked. How could a third-order weapon cultivator be so terrifying? As a fifth-order body cultivator, his physique was extremely strong. Even if a weapon cultivator of the same level slashed him, it would be impossible for him to suffer such an injury. However, a third-order weapon cultivator had refreshed his understanding. He did not summon his spirit artifact shield immediately because he had enough confidence in himself. But now, this confidence was shattered. Another wave of spirit techniques came. The petite first-order woman's casting speed was incomparably fast. These two were not ordinary Cloud River realm cultivators, especially the weapon cultivator, who was definitely on the spirit stream list. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. The body cultivator did not dare to be careless, and quickly summoned his spirit artifact shield to block Yi's various spirit techniques. A fierce, murderous intent suddenly attacked from behind. The body cultivator had already lost sight of the weapon cultivator. He did not even notice when the other party had appeared behind him. This speed was too fast. He hurriedly turned around and used his spirit artifact shield to block Lu Ye's attack. Sparks flew, and the violent force caused the body cultivator's arm to go numb. This strength was not right. The body cultivator screamed in his heart. Who had he provoked? He thought that 2 pieces of meat had been delivered to his mouth, but he did not expect them to be so troublesome. He suddenly exerted his strength and used his spirit artifact shield to block Lu Ye's long blade. At some point, a spirit artifact appeared in his other hand. It glowed brightly and smashed towards Lu Yi. As for the spirit techniques attacking from behind, the body cultivator could no longer care about them and could only push his spirit chi and vitality to resist. Pung 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 pung. Even though the body cultivator's skin was rough and his flesh was thick, taking Yi's attacks head-on still caused his body to tremble violently and his back to bleed. However, the difference in strength between the first order and fifth order was too great. These kinds of injuries were only superficial and were nothing to a body cultivator with vigorous vitality. Opposite him, Lu Ye's vitality and Hupo's vitality merged and converged on his right arm. Facing the incoming attack, Lu Yi swung his mountain blade backwards. With a loud bang, the body cultivator's eyes widened. This was because he felt a force that was not inferior to his own coming from the other side at the moment their spirit weapons collided. Under the impact of this force, he almost lost his grip on his spirit weapon. His entire body was thrown back, and his chest was wide open. Lu Yi had already put away his blade and held it horizontally in front of him, assuming a stabbing posture. The body cultivator's hair stood on end. He wanted to resist, but he was far slower than Lu Yi. By the time he managed to stabilize himself, Lu Yi had already thrust his blade forward. The body cultivator was scared out of his wits. He madly pushed his spirit chi and raised his spirit artifact shield in front of him. He had already experienced the terrifying lethality of this fox-masked weapon cultivator and knew that it was impossible for him to block this attack with his physical defense alone. However, at that moment, a heaven-shaking tiger roar rang out, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards the body cultivator's head. It was as if someone had opened his skull and smashed it with an invisible sledgehammer. The body cultivator felt as if he had been hit by an invisible force, and his thoughts froze for a moment. This moment was the difference between life and death. The long blade stuck close to the edge of the spirit artifact shield and pierced straight through the body cultivator's abdomen. A light flashed across the blade as the grand thorn spirit inscriptions strengthened it. The intense pain made the body cultivator roar in anger. He fiercely pushed the spirit artifact shield forward and sent Lu Yi flying. At the same time, the sledgehammer smashed down. Lu Yi immediately pulled back his blade and held it horizontally in front of him. A huge force came from the long blade and pressed down on his body. He slid a few dozen meters on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks on the hard ground. The spells continued to bombard the burly physique cultivator from behind, causing him to stagger. Blood spurted out from his abdomen, and the pain caused his face to contort in agony. He could feel that he had suffered a serious injury because when the long saber pierced into his body, there were spikes that exploded inside his body, stirring up his internal organs into a mess. His vitality was quickly draining away. The body cultivator suddenly turned around and glared at Yi, who was constantly attacking him. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You're courting death!" He knew that he was doomed, but before he died, he had to drag someone down with him. The third-order weapon cultivator's movements were too agile. It was impossible for him to kill him in his current state, so there was only one choice left. If he could get close to a first-order weapon cultivator, he could turn her into meat paste with a single blow. Chapter 500. The body cultivator charged at Yi aggressively, but Yi did not have any intention of dodging. She stood in place and continuously cast spells. Although the opponent's spirit artifact shield flickered with light, it was unable to stop the opponent's advance. Confusion flashed through the body cultivator's eyes. He did not know why this delicate female spell cultivator did not run. Under normal circumstances, when faced with such a huge gap in cultivation, the weaker party would definitely run. Even if they did not run, they would at least try to dodge. However, she just stood in place without much time to think. The body cultivator had already rushed in front of Yi while enduring her spells. A hint of joy flashed through his despairing eyes. He hurriedly changed his mind about killing this female spell cultivator. He wanted to capture her alive in exchange for the right to live. He pushed the spirit shield forward and slammed it into Yi. This time he held back a little because he was afraid that if he used all his strength, this female spell cultivator would explode. The spirit shield hit empty air. The body cultivator's eyes instantly widened. He could not believe what he had just seen. Just as his spirit shield was about to hit the delicate body, the other party sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. What was this? What exactly was this? With so many thoughts surging through his mind, the body cultivator actually couldn't figure out what had happened to him. A living person had actually sunk into the ground right under his nose, and there was no pit at all on the ground, so it was still completely intact. What he had seen just now seemed to be an illusion. He did not know how the other party could sink into the ground. He only knew that he was really in trouble this time because a fierce killing intent was coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw a fiery red blade light. He hurriedly raised his spirit weapon to block it. With a clang, the body cultivator staggered back. The injuries in his body had a huge impact on him. The strength he could use was greatly reduced. Seeing that Lu Yi was coming for him again, he could no longer care. He activated his spirit power and leaped up, wanting to escape this place. Originally, he thought that if he could drag someone down with him, he would die. However, He could not find anyone to accompany him. If he died here, it would be too much of a loss. So no matter what, he had to escape. Looking at the body cultivator's leaping figure, the weapon box at Lu Ye's waist buzzed, and 9 streams of light shot out. Not only that, the long saber in his hand quickly slashed out 3 times. 3 crescent-shaped blade auras rushed out and attacked the body cultivator in a triangular formation. Thud, 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 thud. The physique cultivator with his back facing Lu Yi was hit by the 9 imperial weapons and was slashed by the 3 saber auras. He could no longer maintain his body and flew up a few dozen feet before falling down with a scream. He fell heavily to the ground, seeing stars in front of him. When he regained his vision, a fox-like face appeared in front of him. Lu Yi held his saber in a reverse grip and stood in front of the body cultivator, stabbing down without hesitation. The blade pierced through his chest and came out from his back. The body cultivator's body suddenly stiffened. He raised a large hand to grab at Lu Ye's face, as if he wanted to tear off Lu Ye's face to see who had killed him. In the end, it was futile. As Lu Ye's long blade was pulled out, blood spurted out, and his life force quickly faded away. The body cultivator's raised hand also fell limply, and the light in his eyes froze. A red light flew out from the body cultivator's corpse and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Bending down, Lu Yi put away the other party's 2 spirit weapons and removed the other party's storage bag. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he called out to Yi, "Let's go!" This was not a place to stay for long. This was the periphery of the hunting ground, and the news of the hunting ground's appearance must have spread. If anyone had the intention to enter from the outside, they would definitely appear at the periphery immediately. Those who had the guts to barge into the hunting ground at this time were naturally confident in their own strength. If they continued to stay here, they would only be in endless trouble. Furthermore, the experts in the hunting ground were definitely rushing to the periphery at this moment as well. That was because they could wait here and ambush the cultivators of the enemy camp who barged in from the outside. Therefore, no matter what, in the early stages of the hunting ground, cultivators like Lu Yi, who did not have a high cultivation, could not stay at the periphery. In the first 3 days, the place with the most deaths was the periphery. Yi returned to Hupo's body, and Lu Yi sprinted out. He did not dare to fly out. Instead, he chose to run close to the ground. As a result, although his speed was not as fast as flying, with the support of the wind travel spirit rune, he was not slow. While running, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dazzling light flashing in the sky from the corner of his eyes. Lu Yi stopped and raised his head. Above the blood curtain, a dazzling red light wriggled and flowed out like blood. Then it turned into something that looked like a flag. In the entire hunting ground, in a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, any cultivator could see this flag as long as they raised their heads. The blood-red flag fluttered in the air. At first, Lu Yi did not know what it was, but he soon reacted. This was the hunting ground's killing list, also known as the hunting list. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling in his heart, because he had just killed a 5th-order Cloud River realm body cultivator who was 2 realms above him. The blood-red hunting list shook slightly, and rows of golden words appeared on it. The first row was divided into 3 groups of words: name, hunting point, reward. From the second row onwards, it was the ranking. It went down in order. Lu Yi 120. 1 grade A Spring Spirit, 9 golden spirit tags. Xiaoliang 100, 9 golden spirit tags. Tang Ku 80, 7 golden spirit tags. Yu Fu Meng 50, 5 golden spirit tags. Tan Sheng 45, 5 golden spirit tags. Quietly looking at the hunting list that had suddenly appeared, the corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. His name was at the top of the list, occupying the first place. It was not an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people were looking at him. If he really had enough strength, his name would appear on the hunting list. Occupying the first place would not be a big deal. But the key point was that he was only a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Without enough strength, he occupied such a high position. Wasn't this the same as roasting him on a fire? This time, it was likely that everyone in the hunting ground had seen his name. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that this hunting list was not like the Spirit Stream list. It did not reveal the sect he came from, nor did it reveal his cultivation. If the sect he came from was revealed, the hunting ground would probably explode. Even if these Cloud River Realm cultivators did not know of his existence, they would have at least heard of the Blue Blood sect. If they became interested in him because of this, it would be very bad. Moreover, this list could change at any time. If someone's hunting points surpassed his ranking would be pushed down. Lu Ye's first place on the list was only temporary. Right now, the hunting list was not fully displayed because there were only a dozen or so people on it. After all, the hunting ground had just appeared, and the real battle had not yet broken out. The dozen or so people on the list were lucky enough to kill nearby enemy cultivators. Take Lu Yi, for example. If the fifth order body cultivator had not suddenly appeared near him and had malicious intentions towards him, he would not have joined forces with Yi to kill him. The complete hunting list showed 100 names. At this moment, the names of the dozen or so people were blank. The 120 points behind Lu Ye's name were obviously directly related to the merit points he obtained from killing the body cultivator. A fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator represented a base of 40 merit points, and with his third-order cultivation, killing a third-order cultivator who was 2 minor realms above him gave him exactly 120 merit points. In other words, the number of merit points he obtained from killing enemies was the same as the number that appeared on the hunting list. As for the grade A Spring Spirit and the 9 Golden Spirit lots, they were the rewards given to him by the Heaven's Secret Association after the hunting ground closed. It did not mean that Lu Yi could obtain them. Of course, if he still occupied the first place after the hunting ground closed, these things would be his. However, this was obviously not realistic. The rewards of the hunting list were not fixed. Every time the hunting ground opened, the scope of the hunting ground would vary. The larger the hunting ground, the better the rewards. This time the hunting ground was a large-scale one, so the rewards given by the Heaven's Secret Association were extremely generous. Without mentioning anything else, if Lu Yi could obtain the 9 Golden Spirit lots from the first place, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 5th order. In addition to the 9 Golden Spirit lots, there was also a grade A Spirit Spring. This was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. If one had a grade A Spirit Spring, they only needed to find a suitable location and place it down. Then, they would immediately possess a grade A Spirit Land. Lu Yi did not care much for a grade C Spirit Land. But if he could really obtain a grade A Spirit Land, it would be of great help to him and Yi's cultivation. The rewards for the second place were not bad either. Compared to the first place, only the grade A Spring Spirit was missing. The third place was missing 2 Golden Spirit lots. The 4th to 6th places were rewarded with 5 Golden Spirit lots. The 7th to 10th places were rewarded with 3 Golden Spirit lots. Even the top 20 places had Golden Spirit lots as a reward. After the 20th place, the rewards were reduced to 1 or 2 Purple Spirit lots. After the 50th place, the rewards were reduced to 1 or 2 Blue Spirit lots. As for the rewards beyond the 100th place, the hunting list did not show it, so Lu Yi did not know. It could be said that the real value of the hunting list was in the top 10 places, especially the top 3. The number of spirit lots they had made Lu Yi jealous. It could be imagined that those Cloud River Realm 8th and 9th Order cultivators would definitely do their best for the rewards of the hunting list. At their level of cultivation, 1 or 2 Golden Spirit lots could not bring much improvement. The rewards of the hunting list were undoubtedly what they urgently needed. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, countless cultivators were rushing over. Soon, the hunting ground would be in chaos. Lu Yi didn't expect to get a good ranking on the hunting ground. His only thought now was to stay alive and survive. Anyway, he could not run away. Surviving was victory. The only trouble now was that his name had appeared on the hunting list, and he occupied the first position on the list. It was very likely that he had already attracted the attention of some people. If that was really the case, then his future situation might be extremely bad. Chapter 501. No longer paying attention to the hunting list, Lu Yi continued to rush forward. The most important thing now was to leave the edge of the hunting ground as soon as possible. Of course, he couldn't go to the center of the hunting ground. The middle of the hunting ground and the edge was the most suitable place for him to hide. At the same time, somewhere in the hunting ground, Wei Kei, who was searching for Lu Yi but to no avail, stared at the hunting ground. He stared blankly at the first place on the hunting ground and suddenly burst into laughter. He had been searching for traces of Lu Yi nearby, but unfortunately he had found nothing. He was secretly annoyed that he had missed a good opportunity. The Cloud River battlefield was extremely vast, and if Lu Yi really wanted to hide his whereabouts, it would be difficult for him to find him again. But the sudden appearance of the hunting ground calmed the disappointment in his heart. He was a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator, so he would undoubtedly be like a fish in water in the hunting ground. After all, no one in the Cloud River realm had a higher cultivation than him. Although his strength wasn't at the top, it was definitely not bad. As long as he wasn't too unlucky, it would be no problem for him to get into the top 10 of the hunting list. In such a large hunting ground, the top 10 would at least be rewarded with 3 golden spirit lots. The hunting list soon appeared, and as he had guessed, the top 10 would indeed receive at least 3 golden spirit lots. What made him even more overjoyed was that the first place on the hunting list was actually Lu Yi's name. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. This guy was also in the hunting ground. The hunting ground only allowed people to enter but not leave. Before the hunting ground closed, this guy wouldn't be able to leave. As long as he was still in the hunting ground, Wei Kei would have a chance. The top 10 rewards, the bounty for killing Lu Yi, all kinds of benefits were beckoning to him. How could Wei Kei not be happy? Wei Kei wasn't the only one staring at Lu Yi's name. Thousands of kilometers away, Zhang Liuzi and his brother were also looking at the hunting list. The hunting ground has just appeared, and Lu Yi already has 120 hunting points. He killed a 5th Order cultivator. Zhang Liuzi calculated in his heart and knew what Lu Yi had done. Although he could also kill an ordinary 5th Order cultivator with his strength, it was impossible for him to do it so quickly. From the opening of the hunting ground to the appearance of the hunting list, only a few dozen breaths of time had passed. Lu Yi's strength was a little too terrifying. But thinking back to the scene in the valley before, it was not surprising that Lu Yi had such strength. After all, Lu Yi was the guy who had defeated him head-on. If Wei Kei had not intervened at that time, he was afraid that he would have been killed. He's still in the hunting ground. Tell senior brother Lu Shu and the others to hurry over. We must not let Wei Kei beat us to it. Zhang Liuzi said to his brother. Zhang Qingzi and the latter quickly nodded. Although they had cooperated with Wei Kei before, and it was Wei Kei who had told them about Lu Yi, that was just a cooperation. Since Wei Kei wanted to abandon them and eat alone, they didn't necessarily pin their hopes on Wei Quebec. In the face of such a great opportunity, the only one they could trust was their own senior brothers. On the other side, in a valley, the smell of blood filled the air. Several corpses were strewn about. Only then did a great battle come to an end. In the middle of the corpses, Xia Liang, who was dressed in a tight suit, raised his head and looked at the hunting list. He frowned when he saw the names that were temporarily revealed. He was only ranked 2nd. The hunting ground had just opened, and he had killed a few people who didn't have eyes. He thought he would be in 1st place, but who knew he would only be 2nd. Looking at the people behind him, most of their names were familiar. Even if he had never seen them before, He had at least heard of them. All of them were 8th or ninth order Cloud River Realm cultivators. After all, everyone had entered the Cloud River battlefield at around the same time. They had fought in the Spirit Stream battlefield before, so there was no shortage of friction in the Cloud River battlefield. Looking at the first place, Lu Yi. Who is this guy? Being able to obtain 120 hunting points in such a short time, he was definitely not an unknown person, but he had never heard of him. No, this name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered that 2 months ago, a junior brother had broken through to the Cloud River realm and entered the Cloud River battlefield to deliver a message to him. Blue blood sect's Lu Yi had entered the Cloud River battlefield, and the sect had ordered him to eliminate him if he had the chance, because the sect had suffered a big loss at his hands. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, he had extorted a total of 300,000 merit points from the sect, and had even included 20 sets of saber technique cultivation notes, which had been regarded as a great disgrace by the sect. Yes, Blue Blood sect's Lu Yi. Although there were many people with the same name in this world, the name Lu Yi was not common. It was most likely the one he was looking for. Moreover, even if it was not the one he was looking for, so what? Daring to compete with him for first place. He was tired of living. Also, this boy and Li Baxian were junior brothers. If Li Baxian knew he was in the hunting ground, would he come to help? If Li Baxian also came, then things would be interesting. Thinking of Li Baxian, Xia Liang's face became cold. Senior brother Yenxing had died at Li Baxian's hands, and this grudge had to be avenged. His saber technique had been taught by Yenxing, and Yenxing was both a brother and a father to him. When he learned of Yenxing's death, he swore to kill Li Baxian and avenge Yenxing. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Li Baxian was someone he had to look up to, but in the Cloud River battlefield, his strength was much higher than Li Baxian's. Unfortunately, the Cloud River battlefield was too vast, and he had not found any trace of Li Baxian. This was an opportunity. With this thought, Xia Liang sent out a few messages. Soon, the news of Blue Blood sect's Lu Yi being trapped in the hunting ground spread like wildfire. Half an hour later, in the Cloud River battlefield, Wang River. Wang River was the name of a large river in the Cloud River battlefield that ran for tens of thousands of miles from north to south. At this moment, a person stood proudly above the Wang River, looking around with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Li Baxian, I know you're hiding here." What? A dignified sword cultivator still doesn't dare to come out and fight. Where's your sword cultivator's unbending sword bone? He had chased all the way here and lost track of Li Baxian. He was sure that Li Baxian was hiding in the Wang River, but he could not find out where exactly he was hiding. It had to be said that sword cultivators ran very fast. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Li Baxian's, and Li Baxian had another person with him, he still couldn't catch up. But he really didn't dare to go deep into the Wang River to search for Li Baxian's tracks. Who knew where Li Baxian was hiding? If he was tricked by him, he might fail miserably. Just as he was hesitating, a message came from the battlefield imprint. He checked it and suddenly laughed. "Li Baxian, that Lu Yi is your junior brother, right?" At the bottom of the Wang River, under the sand and a magic tool that looked like an umbrella, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were quietly hiding. Both of them looked tired. There was nothing they could do. Ever since they entered the Cloud River battlefield, they had been chased most of the time. If it wasn't for Feng Yuechan's many life-saving treasures, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. Hearing Lu Yi's name, Li Baxian's expression turned cold. Feng Yuechan quickly grabbed his arm and shook her head, afraid that he would impulsively kill his way out. This person was very strong. The two of them together weren't his match. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to hide here. They couldn't expose themselves at this time. That person's voice came from afar. "I don't mind telling you that your junior brother is trapped in the hunting ground and can't escape." Many people have already gone to find him. I'll go find him too. I'll kill your junior brother first, and then deal with you." As he spoke, he soared into the sky and left. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Since Li Baxian insisted on not showing up, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, since the hunting ground had appeared, he also wanted to get a share of it. With his strength, he was qualified to do so. At the bottom of the river, Li Baxian was stunned. Little junior brother was trapped in the hunting ground? He had entered the Cloud River battlefield a few months earlier than Lu Yi and had cultivated for many years before Lu Yi. So Li Baxian naturally knew what the hunting ground was. If little junior brother was really trapped in the hunting ground, then it would be troublesome. That place was a place where one could enter but not leave. Now that the news had been leaked, Myriad Demon Ridge would definitely target little junior brother. Poor little junior brother. He had entered the Cloud River battlefield less than 2 months ago and probably hadn't even reached the Second Order. In such a situation, how could he survive? Thinking so, he quickly sent a message to Lu Yi to ask about the situation. Soon he received a reply from Lu Yi confirming that he was really in the hunting ground. "Senior brother," Feng Yuechan called out softly. "Don't try to persuade me. Little junior brother is in the hunting ground. I have to go find him." Li Baxian's expression was firm. It would have been fine if he didn't know this news, but now that he knew, he couldn't just leave Lu Yi alone. If he really didn't do anything, Lu Yi would be doomed. "I want to say that I will go with you," Feng Yuechan said. Li Baxian glanced at her and knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he immediately nodded. "Okay." If he could persuade Feng Yuechan to leave him, he would have done so long ago, but the two of them were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. He knew Feng Yuechan's temperament very well. If he insisted on her leaving, she would probably kill her way into the hunting ground alone. The little girl looked weak on the outside, but she was actually very determined. As a second-grade sect, Pill Heart sect naturally had masters active in the Cloud River battlefield. Moreover, Pill Heart sect's Cloud River realm cultivators were sitting on 2 spirit lands. When they first entered the Cloud River battlefield, Li Baxian persuaded Feng Yuechan to go to one of the 2 spirit lands to join the other cultivators of Pill Heart sect. As a result, Feng Yuechan was angry and had to be coaxed for many days before she was appeased. However, it was all thanks to Feng Yuechan by his side that he was able to avert danger several times. Li Baxian was indeed not well liked in Pill Heart sect, but Feng Yuechan was different. Her status in Pill Heart sect had always been high, and her mother was one of the upper echelons of Pill Heart sect. Her status was almost equal to that of the Vice sect master. How could her precious daughter enter the Cloud River battlefield without a life-saving treasure? This spirit, umbrella-like treasure not only had a strong defensive power, but it could also block the detection of others. It was a life-saving Dharma treasure. Chapter 502. In the hunting ground covered by the blood-colored sky, Lu Yi was busy in a cave more than 100 feet underground. He was setting up array flags one by one. The hunting list had exposed his name. He didn't know how many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators would pay attention to him, but he was sure that it wouldn't be a small number. He had stirred up too much trouble in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Which of the Myriad Devil Ridge sects in the core circle didn't want to kill him? In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the Myriad Devil Ridge would never have a chance, but the Cloud River battlefield was different. There were countless experts with higher cultivation than him who could kill him. This was an opportunity for the Myriad Devil Ridge. He believed that when he entered the Cloud River battlefield, those Myriad Devil Ridge forces who had suffered at his hands before must have sent a message to their disciples, asking them to pay attention to his movements. Before he was exposed, it didn't matter. Everything could be done secretly, and not many people would pay attention to him. But once he was exposed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism, especially now that he was in the hunting ground and couldn't escape. Therefore, Lu Yi had to prepare a way out for himself. He had many spirit inscriptions that he could use to hide and conceal himself, but there were always accidents. If he was discovered by someone, he would have to escape quickly if he couldn't beat them. Using teleportation arrays was a very good way. The teleportation arrays he had set up before were all teleportation arrays. They were all 1-to-1 teleportation arrays. This kind of array was usually useful for escaping and saving lives. But in the hunting ground, he naturally had to choose a safer way. Therefore, what he was going to set up now was the kind of teleportation array that was multiple point-to-many. Every teleportation array that was set up was a child array, and they were all mother arrays. In this way, he didn't need too many. He only needed to set up 7 or 8 teleportation arrays scattered throughout the hunting ground. Then he could teleport back and forth between all the teleportation arrays. Only then could he sit back and relax. If his cultivation wasn't enough, Lu Yi was determined not to take the initiative to cause trouble. It was undoubtedly much more complicated to set up a teleportation array that was multiple point-to-many. Fortunately, as his cultivation increased, the difficulty of setting up the array correspondingly decreased. An hour later, a teleportation array had been set up. Lu Yi set up a concealment array and an explosion array at the side. In this way, even if someone accidentally entered this place, if one didn't check carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover the traces of the formation. Taking a step back, even if they accidentally stepped into the range of the formation, they wouldn't be able to escape. It would also trigger the explosion array, and all of the arrangements would be completely destroyed. This was also a form of insurance. This was to prevent others from discovering the insurance he had set up. After making sure everything was in order, Lu Yi left. The next step was to find some hidden places to continue setting up. He still didn't dare to fly in the air, running close to the ground. At the same time, he pushed his perception to the limit. But if there was any movement without saying another word, a concealment spiritual tattoo was added to his body. He held his breath. Under such caution, the journey was smooth. Along the way, they could feel some spiritual energy, fluctuations from time to time. Those were the cultivators fighting in the hunting ground. Occasionally, there would be powerful cultivators flying over their heads. Those who dared to act so unscrupulously were either 8th order or 9th order. Lu Yi would never dare to provoke such a person. After running for over 100 miles, Lu Yi checked his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, he constructed a void spirit rune and used it to sense the teleportation formation he had set up earlier. He confirmed the connection between them. He didn't know the maximum distance between the teleportation formations he had set up, so he had to do some tests from time to time. The connection between the void spirit rune and the teleportation formation was very close. It meant that he hadn't reached his limit yet. He continued to move forward. It was only when he was nearly 200 miles away that the connection became weak. He was almost at his limit. In other words, with his current cultivation, the limit of the teleportation formation he set up was 200 miles. He had made a lot of progress compared to before. It was also more convenient for him to carry out his plan. The farther the teleportation formation was, the safer his situation would be. Lu Yi summoned Yi and asked her to go underground to find a suitable place to set up the teleportation formation while he searched nearby. After a while, he found a cave. The location wasn't very good, because if a cultivator found this cave, they would definitely come in to investigate. However, there was no better place nearby. Lu Yi could only choose this cave. He walked in and went a few dozen meters deep. At the bottom of the cave, he got busy. At the same time, he asked Yi to stand guard outside to avoid being blocked inside. If he was blocked inside before the teleportation formation was set up, there would be no way out. After busying for an hour, another teleportation formation was set up. It was also covered by a concealment formation and an explosion formation in case of accidents. In this way, even if a cultivator entered the cave, as long as they didn't go to the bottom, they wouldn't trigger the explosion formation. Walking out of the cave, Lu Yi looked up. The hunting list was still hanging high in the sky. The blood-red flag was extremely eye-catching. Looking at it, Lu Yi found that his ranking had fallen beyond the 50th place. This was very normal. It had been 4 hours since the hunting ground appeared. During this period of time, there were battles everywhere. When there were battles, there would be deaths, and the deaths would generate hunting points. More than 100 hunting points wasn't too much, so Lu Ye's ranking naturally kept falling. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before his name disappeared from the hunting list. Lu Yi had no interest in the hunting list. In the hunting ground, his only goal was to survive. He continued forward. In this environment, the concealment spirit rune was of great help. If it wasn't for the concealment spirit rune, Lu Yi probably wouldn't be able to move forward. But with the concealment spirit rune, even if someone passed by, as long as they weren't too close to him, he would be safe. After half a day, Lu Yi set up 4 teleportation formations, one after another. Only then did he have a slight sense of security. It wasn't enough. He still needed to set up more. While quietly moving forward, Lu Yi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the sky, a 5-colored light was rolling and gathering. In an extremely short period of time, it turned into a 5-colored cloud. The Heaven Bestowment Spirit Signing had arrived. The Heaven Bestowment Spirit Signing would appear almost every day in the Cloud River battlefield. But ordinary cultivators wouldn't encounter it often. After all, the Cloud River battlefield was very vast. Even if there were Heaven Bestowment Spirit Signing every day, who knew where the cloud would appear? Take Lu Yi, for example. He had been in the Cloud River battlefield for nearly 2 months and had only encountered it once. However, things were different in the hunting ground. There would be a heavenly bestowal spirit lot almost every day. The area spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers was neither large nor small. Once the colorful clouds appeared, many cultivators would be able to see them clearly. It could be said that in the hunting ground, every heavenly bestowal spirit lot had a 20 to 30% chance of participating. Moreover, the Heaven Bestowment Spirit Signing in the hunting ground was a 5-colored cloud almost every time. In other words, there would definitely be one or even a few golden spirit signing lots. This was too tempting for those experts. Looking at the rolling 5-colored cloud, Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered the last time he encountered a Heaven Bestowment Spirit Signing lot. What he feared would happen. After the 5-colored cloud formed, it floated straight in his direction. Although it was still far away, it was indeed floating in his direction. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. He turned around and rushed to the side. If he wasn't in the hunting ground, he would be interested in participating. After all, no one knew which camp he belonged to. As long as he wasn't too greedy to fight for the blue spirit signing lots, it wouldn't be a problem for him to snatch some white or green spirit signing lots. But this was the hunting ground. If they really got involved, their Grand Heaven Alliance camp wouldn't be able to hide anything. When the time came, they would be surrounded by people with red lights on the backs of their hands. When they saw Lu Yi, a mere 3rd-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, dared to show himself. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. As he ran, he observed that the 5-colored cloud was still floating in his direction. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. It seemed that sometimes being too lucky wasn't a good thing. While running, Lu Yi suddenly stopped and hurriedly hid his figure. It was because a stream of light was flying in his direction. It was obviously heading towards the 5-colored cloud. Judging from the other party's spirit energy fluctuations, this person was an 8th-order cultivator. Thinking about it, without such cultivation, one wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in the hunting ground. This person suddenly stopped 1,000 feet away from Lu Yi and quietly looked at the 5-colored cloud floating in his direction. Lu Yi suddenly felt uncomfortable. He could only maintain his concealment spirit rune and stay still. He didn't know which camp the other party belonged to. If it was Grand Heaven Alliance, it would be fine. But if it was Myriad Demon Ridge, daring to expose his whereabouts at this time, He would probably die without a burial place. The appearance of the five-colored cloud undoubtedly alarmed a large number of cultivators. Some chased after it, while others met it. In just a short moment, many eyes were focused on it. Lu Yi could only pray that the five-colored cloud didn't stop too close to him. As time passed, the five-colored cloud got closer and closer. Below the cloud, cultivators were either chasing after it on their artifacts or running on the ground. From time to time, a battle would break out. Lu Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. In his perception, there was a life aura not far from him. Quietly activating his insight spirit rune to enhance his eyes, various colors flowed and changed in his vision. Lu Yi looked at a certain spot a few dozen feet away. There was a ghost cultivator hiding his figure. The battlefield imprint on the back of his hand didn't react. The other party might be from Grand Heaven Alliance. However, Lu Yi wasn't sure if the battlefield imprint would react when both parties were hiding if they weren't far away. Logically speaking, it shouldn't, because if the battlefield imprint reacted when they were hiding, then the ghost cultivator's advantage would be gone. Ghost cultivators were known for their stealth attacks. If the battlefield imprint reacted when they were hiding, then it was equivalent to alerting the people they were targeting that there was a ghost cultivator nearby. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, the ghost cultivator suddenly turned his head and glanced at Lu Ye's location. However, Lu Yi had the insight spirit rune, but he didn't, so he naturally couldn't see anything. Chapter 503. The fact that this ghost cultivator could sense Lu Ye's gaze meant that he wasn't weak, but he didn't dare to act rashly without being able to determine Lu Ye's exact location. After a while, he quietly moved away from Lu Ye's location. Obviously, he was afraid or had misunderstood something. The five-colored cloud stopped about a dozen kilometers away from Lu Yi. Looking in that direction, Lu Yi felt a lingering fear. That should be where he found the cloud. In other words, if he didn't run, he should be directly below the cloud. Fortunately, he ran away. Otherwise, the current situation would be very awkward. No. Lu Yi suddenly remembered the situation of the heaven-bestowed spirit lot last time. The spirit lots that flew out of the cloud radiated in all directions. If he was directly below it, he really couldn't snatch a spirit lot. So, his current position was really awkward. A dozen kilometers away from the cloud was the range of the spirit lot meeting. This Lu Yi didn't know what to say. At this moment, he didn't dare to act rashly, because several auras had appeared around him. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had calculated the distance and position and ran here to compete for the spirit lots. The closest guy was only 200 feet away from him. He was hiding in a big tree, looking up at the sky. He could only deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. When the spirit lots flew down, the scene would definitely be very chaotic. It wouldn't be too late to find a chance to leave then. Quietly lurking, everyone was waiting, even those 8th and 9th Order Cloud River Realm Masters. At this time, there were no side issues. At this juncture, snatching the spirit lots was the most important thing. After about half a cup of tea's time, there was a sudden commotion. Lu Yi looked up. He saw the five-colored cloud in the sky tremble. With the cloud as the center, streams of light shot out one after another. They flew in all directions. When the spirit lots first came out, they didn't show their true colors. So no one knew what color those spirit lots were. Only when the spirit lots flew to a certain distance would they reveal their true colors. At that time, gold, purple, green, and white would be clear at a glance. The experts naturally had their eyes fixed on the better quality of the spirit lots. Those who were weak could only adhere to the principle of proximity. They fought for the easiest ones, the spirit lots closest to them. This time, the number of spirit lots attracted a lot of cultivators. So the scene was bound to be very chaotic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, streams of light drifted in all directions. Soon, different colors appeared. In an instant, Almost all the cultivators began to move. They all pounced on their targets. Some of them fought in groups of 3 to 5, while others fought alone. The scene was extremely lively. In the blink of an eye, most of the spirit lots had already been decided, but the remaining ones were still being fought over. Several cultivators around Lu Yi also rushed into the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he hurriedly moved. He still maintained the concealment spirit pattern. Therefore, the speed was very slow. It was roughly equivalent to a person's normal walking speed. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, but if he was too fast, the concealment spirit rune would lose its effect. Under the premise that the concealment spirit tattoo was still in effect, this was already the fastest speed. All kinds of chaotic spirit energy fluctuations came from behind him. Curses and roars could be heard from time to time, as well as cries and screams. Lu Yi didn't need to look back to know that there was a fierce battle going on over there. Usually, cultivators wouldn't fight with their lives on the line. However, the situation in the hunting ground was different. It was easy for those who fought over the spirit lots to determine if the other party was in the same camp as them. If they were in the enemy camp, they would naturally hammer them to death. While he was escaping, a miserable cry suddenly came from afar and quickly entered his ears. Lu Yi immediately turned his head and saw a cultivator fall from the sky, covered in blood. This guy had clearly lost in the battle just now. Lu Yi didn't know who had injured him, but judging from the amount of blood on his body, his injuries were obviously not light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to maintain his figure. Coincidentally, the place where this person landed was exactly where Lu Yi was standing. If this hit, Lu Yi reckoned that even if his physique was comparable to a body cultivator of the same level, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly dodged to the side. This action caused the concealment spirit pattern that he had been maintaining all this time to be broken, and his figure was revealed. With a bang, the dirt on the ground flew up. The person who fell from the sky fell heavily to the ground. He rolled a few times before barely coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, but after trying twice, he still failed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as paper. His almost unfocused gaze suddenly fixed on the back of his hand where a bright red light was blooming. There was someone, and it was from Grand Sky Alliance. That person immediately raised his head and saw Lu Yi standing not far away with a helpless expression. Lu Yi, who only wanted to leave this place quietly, clearly didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At this moment, a faint blue light was blooming on the back of Lu Ye's hand. The light wasn't strong, but it was extremely eye-catching in the blood veil. Retracting his helpless expression and lowering his eyes slightly, Lu Yi exerted strength in his legs and pounced out like a cheetah, unsheathing his mountain pan saber. He didn't know how high this unlucky guy's cultivation was, but the other party was obviously seriously injured. Since he had discovered his whereabouts, it was impossible for him to pretend that he didn't see him. Seeing Lu Yi rushing over, that person gritted his teeth and tried to get up. However, he was already seriously injured and had just fallen from the sky. Not only was his spirit chi scattered, but he also had many broken bones. How could he stand up? Before he could even get up, Lu Yi had already brushed past him. The fiery red saber light drew an arc as it slashed across the other party's neck. That person's figure froze in place. His mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. A red light flew out and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Another figure descended from the sky. The powerful spirit chi fluctuations on his body showed that this person was a Cloud River Realm 9th Order Master. Lu Yi turned around and stared at the other party. Looking at the back of the other party's hand, he relaxed. No one's battlefield mark responded, indicating that they were both from Grand Sky Alliance. This person looked at the corpse on the ground, then looked at Lu Yi and said angrily, "Smelly brat, you really know how to take advantage of others." Inferring from this person's words, the guy who fell from the sky was obviously injured by him. Originally, he could have easily obtained merit points and hunting points, but Lu Yi beat him to it. Lu Yi looked innocent. He didn't want to. Who told that guy to fall in front of him? He could only take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Although this Grand Sky Alliance master was annoyed that Lu Yi had taken advantage of him, he didn't intend to find trouble with him. Sensing that Lu Yi was only a third order master, he frowned and said, "This is a dangerous place. Leave quickly." Lu Yi cupped his fists and rushed away. This time he didn't even have time to activate his concealment spirit tattoo to hide his body. After Lu Yi left, this person bent down and picked up a storage bag. Then he pried open the dead man's hand and took a blue spirit stick from his hand. It wasn't that he wanted to snatch Lu Ye's spoils of war. This was something that should belong to him. Turning around, the five-colored cloud trembled again. Streams of light shot out in all directions. The spirit stick appeared again. This person jumped up and rushed into the sky to join the fight. Lu Yi ran for nearly 100 kilometers in one breath. When he turned back, he saw that the five-colored cloud had shrunk to half its original size. He knew that the heaven-bestowed spirit stick was about to end and the golden spirit stick was about to appear. With the appearance of the golden spirit stick, the cultivators from the two camps would probably beat him to a pulp. It was a pity. If his cultivation was higher, even if he was only a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, Lu Yi felt that he was qualified to participate in such a grand event. He didn't need to compete for the golden purple spirit stick, but he could at least grab the ones below the purple spirit stick. His third-order realm cultivation was still too weak. In such a chaotic scene, it was better for him to not participate. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Lu Ye's eyes fixed on the hunting list again. At this moment, the rankings on the hunting list were constantly changing. From time to time, people's names would disappear from the hunting list. They must have died in battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to disappear for no reason. There were also people whose rankings suddenly rose, obviously because they killed an enemy. There were also people whose rankings fell. Lu Yi looked at the 15th row, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Lu Yi, 370 points, 1 golden spirit stick. He was previously ranked in the 50s, and with the passage of time it was constantly falling. In less than half a day, he should have fallen off the hunting list. But at this moment his ranking suddenly soared from the 50s to the 15th place. Compared to the previous 120, his hunting points had increased by 250. Crazy! In the hunting ground he had only killed 2 people, but he could occupy the 15th place. This didn't mean that the others were weak. Now, those who could be on the hunting list were basically cultivators above the 7th order. Most of them were in the 8th or 9th order. He could reach the 15th place on the hunting list, mainly because the benefits of killing enemies above his realm were too great. He was the first to kill a 5th order cultivator who was 2 minor realms higher, so his hunting points increased by 120. As for the one just now, it directly increased by 250 points. Lu Yi did a little calculation and came to a conclusion. The unlucky guy who was beheaded by him just now was actually a 7th order cultivator. The base number of merit points for a 7th order Cloud River Realm cultivator was 50. Crossing 4 minor realms meant 5 times the reward, which was exactly 250 merit points. A 7th order cultivator. This Lu Yi really didn't know what to say. He originally thought that it wouldn't be long before his name fell off the hunting list. But who would have thought that it would soar so quickly? If he wanted to fall off again, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Fortunately, the hunting list didn't reveal a cultivator's cultivation. Otherwise, a 3rd order cultivator in a group of 8th or 9th order cultivators would be too eye-catching. Just like in the Spirit Stream battlefield, when he killed his way into the Spirit Stream list with his 7th order cultivation, shocking everyone in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Chapter 504. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yi continued to run. Half an hour later, he found a cave and flashed into it to set up an array. The heaven-bestowed spirit lot had ended, and the 5-colored clouds had disappeared, but the battle had not ended. Previously, the 8th and 9th Order cultivators had wanted to fight for the spirit lot and did not want to cause any trouble. Now that they were free, they naturally would not be polite. From time to time, people were killed. On the hunting list, the names of people were fluctuating. For cultivators with low cultivation, the hunting ground was indeed dangerous. However, the various opportunities here continued to attract them from the outside into the hunting ground. Therefore, as time passed, the total number of cultivators in the hunting ground did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Most cultivators' goal was not the hunting list, because they did not have the qualifications to be on the list. Moreover, even if they were barely on the hunting list, if their ranking was not high enough, they would not receive much reward in the end. The real value of the hunting list was in the top 20. As long as they entered the top 20, they would receive a varying number of golden spirit lots. Their goal was not even the heaven-bestowed spirit lot. Every time there was a heaven-bestowed spirit lot, the scene was very chaotic. It was a stage for many powerhouses to show off their skills. For cultivators with low cultivation, the most important thing was to participate. It was best if they could snatch it. If they could not snatch it, it was not a loss as long as they could keep their lives. Their real goal was the various opportunities scattered in the hunting ground. Just like at this moment, Lu Yi set up a teleportation array. He tested this array and confirmed that it was connected to the nearby teleportation arrays. Just as he walked out of the cave, a light not far away was imprinted in his eyes. What was certain was that this light had only appeared not long ago, because if it had existed before, he would have discovered it long ago. He was not blind. How could he not see such an obvious thing? In other words, this light appeared when he entered the cave to set up the array. Seeing the light, Lu Yi had a vague guess. There were some records of this in the intelligence of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. Without hesitation, he hurriedly stepped forward. He came to the front of the light. He reached out and grabbed it. The light converged. Lu Yi retracted his hand, and a spirit lot appeared in his hand. It was not a good thing. Just a white spirit lot of the lowest quality. But this kind of free thing. Naturally, the requirements could not be too high. Picking it up was a profit. He did not dare to stay in place. He quickly left. In the hunting ground, this kind of light that randomly appeared everywhere. As for what would be contained in the light, that was hard to say. It could be a spirit stone, a spirit pill, a spirit artifact, or even a spirit stick. In short, cultivators needed all kinds of resources for their cultivation. They could all appear in this kind of light. This was an opportunity. There was no doubt that these fortuitous encounters that appeared randomly were the handiwork of the workings of the heavens. The workings of the heavens were like an invisible hand that scattered various cultivation resources within the hunting grounds and attracted cultivators to rush over successively. Therefore, every time the hunting ground opened, it would be a feast for the cultivators. It was precisely this kind of opportunity that could be encountered everywhere that many cultivators would take the risk to enter the hunting ground. They did not have the qualifications to touch the hunting ground, as the heaven-bestowed spirit lot was too dangerous for them. However, as long as they were in the hunting ground and managed to preserve their lives, they would have the opportunity to obtain various benefits. Although Lu Yi had only picked up a white spirit stick, if he was lucky, he could have picked up a golden spirit stick or even a spring spirit. Some people had even picked up a spirit treasure in the hunting ground. He became rich overnight. Lu Yi continued to look for a suitable place to set up the array formation. He had the concealment spirit pattern, and his perception was strong enough. Therefore, as long as he was careful enough, it wouldn't be a problem to protect himself. Time flew by. A day later, Lu Yi was hiding in a deep underground cave, sitting cross-legged in a teleportation array. There were a total of 12 teleportation arrays that had been set up. Each teleportation array could communicate with at least 2 other teleportation arrays. This ensured that once someone found his traces and wanted to harm him, Lu Yi could escape with the teleportation array at any time if he couldn't beat them. He didn't go out and run around. He just hid in the cave and didn't move. There were indeed many opportunities in the hunting ground, but there were also many dangers. In particular, his existence had been exposed. He didn't know if there would be experts from the myriad demons' ridge searching for his traces. Therefore, it was better not to go out and run around. Hiding in the underground cave, Lu Yi couldn't see the hunting ground and didn't know if his name had fallen off the list. The last time he looked, his ranking had fallen beyond the 50th place. At this rate, it would take some time for his name to fall off the hunting ground. Every 2 hours, he would slightly activate the teleportation array to check the situation of the other teleportation arrays and see if they had failed. Although the locations of the teleportation arrays he set up were relatively hidden, it was difficult to guarantee that cultivators would inadvertently break into them, especially the caves. Because of the various scattered opportunities, cultivators would not easily let go of such places. Generally, they would enter and investigate when they encountered a cave, just in case there was something good inside. However, there was an explosion array outside each teleportation array. Once it was touched, it would immediately activate, so he wasn't worried that the teleportation arrays he set up would be exposed. Vaguely, spirit energy fluctuations came from the distance. Obviously, there were cultivators fighting nearby. Judging from the intensity of the fluctuations, the cultivators fighting were no lower than the 7th order. The hunting ground had always been so chaotic. Fortunately, he only needed to hide here. The 12 teleportation arrays were connected. Even if a few of them were exposed, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, he would be directly teleported elsewhere. Very stable. Lu Yi was in a good mood. What he needed to do now was to wait until the hunting ground closed and then leave this cage. He took out a spirit pill and swallowed it, then took out a book to study. He had already finished reading the book that he had brought out from Madame Yen's place. However, when it came to reading a book, he would gain something new every time he read it. It was the best way to pass the time. Immersed in the book, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed. He looked up and saw a small black appear in the space in front of him. Then the black that expanded, rotated, and bloomed with a golden light. As the golden light bloomed, a golden spirit stick inexplicably appeared in front of Lu Yi. It seemed to be supported by an invisible force, quietly floating in front of him. This spirit stick looked almost the same as the golden spirit stick he had obtained before. The only difference was that the surface of the golden spirit stick in front of him had a layer of light, cyan energy lingering around it. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The situation was not good. Just as he was feeling contented, a golden spirit stick suddenly appeared in front of him. How could Lu Yi not know what it was? In the hunting ground, every day, Heaven's Secret would choose a person and bestow a golden spirit stick. This golden spirit stick could not be discarded, kept, or used. Only after 24 hours would it return to normal. If that was all, it would be fine. The most important thing was that every 6 hours, this golden spirit stick bestowed by Heaven's Secret would erupt. Anyone who held it, no matter where they hid, would expose their position and attract the attention of other cultivators. Looking at the golden spirit stick, Lu Ye's mood was indescribable. He didn't know whether he was lucky or not. Perhaps there were thousands of cultivators in the hunting ground, but Heaven's Secret chose him and bestowed this golden spirit stick. Perhaps he had already made up his mind to hide here and wait for the hunting ground to close. Now that he was bestowed with this spirit stick, how could he hide? Every 6 hours, it would expose his position. In 24 hours, it would be exposed 3 or 4 times. What was this? Lu Yi felt that he was being targeted. It was the same when he was bestowed with the spirit stick. He had clearly hidden his figure, but the 5-colored cloud had stopped more than 10 miles away from him. What happened to his unparalleled luck? Looking at the golden spirit stick in front of him, Lu Ye's mind turned. He made up his mind and immediately activated the teleportation array. In the next moment, the unique feeling of teleportation came, as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss and his body could not help but fall. If it was not for the fact that he had no other choice, Lu Yi would not easily activate the teleportation array. This was because activating the teleportation array would cause spiritual fluctuations, whether it was the teleportation array or the corresponding array. If someone was nearby, it would be easy to be discovered, which would be detrimental to his plan. But at this moment, he could not care so much. The feeling of teleportation disappeared. Lu Yi was a little dizzy, and he had appeared on another teleportation array 200 miles away. He immediately sensed his surroundings and was relieved when he confirmed that there was no movement in the surroundings. However, when he looked up, his expression immediately became helpless. Even if he had teleported 200 miles away, the golden spirit stick was still floating not far in front of him, like a maggot in his bones that he could not shake off. Although he had expected this, after verifying the result, Lu Yi could not help but feel disappointed. After all, this was the work of Heaven's secret service. How could it be so easy to shake it off? Since he could not resist, he could only accept it. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden spirit stick in front of him and squeezed it hard, but it did not budge. The light cyan light lingering on the surface of the golden spirit stick did not seem to be anything special, but it made it unbreakable. He then tried to put the spirit stick into his storage bag or storage space, but to no avail. Sure enough, this thing could not be used or stored until 24 hours had passed, so he could only carry it with him. Although this change had caught him a little off guard, from another point of view, it was not a bad thing. If it had been an ordinary third-order cloud river realm cultivator who was given such a golden spirit stick, they would have been doomed, unless they had the protection of a powerful master. Just the fact that their position would be exposed every 3 hours was difficult for them to endure. But this thing was in Lu Ye's hands, so there was a lot of room for him to manipulate. He was very glad that he had arranged a total of 12 teleportation arrays in the first place. It did not matter if his position was exposed, he could just teleport to the next one. At most, he would lose 1 teleportation array. Losing 3 or 4 teleportation arrays for 24 hours in exchange for a golden spirit stick was completely acceptable. What Lu Yi lacked right now was a high-quality spirit stick, so he needed to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Thinking so, he calmed down. Chapter 505. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi no longer cared about the danger brought by the golden spirit lot. He stuffed it into his pocket and continued to read and cultivate. Time flew by. About 6 hours later, Lu Yi put away the book in his hand and took out the spirit lot from his pocket. He sat upright on the formation and waited quietly. According to the information, the golden spirit lot would explode every 6 hours and expose the location of the holder of the spirit lot. However, Lu Yi did not know how it would explode. After all, it was his first time experiencing such a thing, and he did not have much experience. A moment later, without any warning, the spirit lot in Lu Ye's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light penetrated all obstacles and soared into the sky, forming a pillar of light where Lu Yi was. Not only that, a strong wave of spiritual power fluctuated. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Lu Yi could not help but narrow his eyes. With such a big movement, everyone within 100 miles would be alarmed. The dazzling pillar of light lasted for a full 10 breaths before it slowly disappeared. The golden spirit lot returned to its original appearance. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. However, Lu Yi had already heard the sound of something rushing over, followed by the sound of people talking. Here, there's a cave here. This person is unintelligent. He actually hid in the cave and cut off his own escape route. I'm afraid he doesn't know anything about the hunting ground. Be careful. Let's confirm his camp first. A few voices sounded one after another. It was obviously a group of cultivators who were traveling together. There were not many of them, only 3 or 4. They would travel together. Their cultivation wouldn't be too high, and the true experts would usually be alone. On one hand, the powerhouses disdained to travel with others. On the other hand, they were alone. The benefits they obtained were all their own. They did not need to share it with others. Fellow Taoist inside, which camp are you from? We are from the Haotian Alliance. If you are from the Haotian Alliance, please come out and meet us. A shout sounded. Lu Yi naturally would not believe him easily. No matter which camp the person was from, he was about to leave. A long night is fraught with dreams. Let's end this quickly, another person said. They were the closest to this place, so they were the first to rush over. However, there would definitely be more people rushing here, so they could not delay here for too long. Their strength was not too weak. However, he wasn't too strong either. He was definitely no match for him. As his voice fell, a strange fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly came from the cave. They looked at each other in dismay. None of them knew what was going on. The leader of the group took the lead and rushed into the cave. He activated his spiritual energy. The others hurriedly followed after him. After 3 breaths of time, a huge buzzing sound accompanied by a burst of flames erupted. Several figures scurried out in a sorry state. All of them were cursing and swearing. Who would have thought that after they barged in, what awaited them was actually an explosion array? Although they didn't suffer any casualties, they did suffer some minor injuries, and their chi and blood were in turmoil. Damn it, the one hiding in the cave was actually an array cultivator. A figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of them. In an instant, the battlefield imprint on everyone's back shone brightly. The newcomer wasn't weak, an 8th order cultivator. Sweeping his eyes over the disheveled group, he asked lightly, "Where is it?" Their faces were solemn, and they were all on guard. One of them hurriedly said, "I didn't find it. There's no one inside." This was very strange. Just now, there were clearly spiritual fluctuations in the cave, but after they walked in, they didn't find anyone. When he said this, he didn't believe it himself, but it was the truth. As expected, the newcomer didn't believe it. He snorted coldly and said, "Hand over the thing and I'll leave now. Otherwise, all of you will die." "There's really no one inside." The person who spoke just now explained, "We rushed here as soon as possible, but there was only an explosion array left here. We didn't see anyone. I can swear by heaven's secret oath." The 8th order cultivator frowned, since the other party dared to swear by heaven's secret oath. It meant that he wasn't lying to him. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and blasted a spell forward, no matter where the golden spirit Lot was. Since he had bumped into these people, he naturally couldn't let them go. In an instant, a great battle began. Not long after, more and more cultivators were attracted by the explosion of the spirit Lot. With the collapsed cave as the center, the cultivators of the 2 camps fought in groups. The scene was chaotic. At this moment, Lu Yi was already in a cave 200 kilometers away. He naturally didn't know that he had left behind a pile of chicken feathers after he left. What's more, it had nothing to do with him. However, after seeing the scene of the golden spirit Lot erupting, he knew that the idea of hiding the movement with a spirit array wouldn't work. Originally, he had planned to try to set up a spirit array to hide the movement of the golden spirit Lot. But now it seemed that this was the rule of heaven's secret, and human strength couldn't resist it at all. He was hiding in the cave, and the light beam that erupted was soaring into the sky. How could he hide it? He could only sacrifice the transmission array and change his position after the explosion of the spirit Lot. Fortunately, he had set up a sufficient number of transmission arrays. After waiting quietly for a moment and confirming that there was no movement around, Lu Yi put away the golden spirit Lot and continued to cultivate and read. In the blink of an eye, another 6 hours passed. Just like before, the golden spirit Lot burst out with dazzling light on time. The light beam soared into the sky, accompanied by strong spirit energy fluctuations. This time, Lu Yi didn't wait any longer. He immediately activated the transmission array and teleported to the next location. A moment later, someone broke into the place where he was previously staying and activated the explosion array, causing the intruder to become dizzy and curse endlessly. The same situation as 3 hours ago occurred again. Many cultivators nearby were attracted and a chaotic battle broke out. At this moment, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the hunting ground, a sword light quickly swept across the sky. On the flying sword, 2 figures stood. It was Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan who were rushing towards the hunting ground. Previously, when he learned that Lu Yi was trapped in the hunting ground, Li Baxian hurriedly inquired about the location of the hunting ground. If the distance was too far, it would be too late for him to rush over. Fortunately, the location of the hunting ground this time was only 2 days away, so there was still time. He didn't tell Lu Yi that he was going to find him because he knew that if he did, Lu Yi would definitely stop him. Just as he was worried about Lu Ye's safety, Lu Yi would also be worried about his safety and didn't want him to get involved in such a quarrel. Instead, it was better to enter the hunting ground directly and meet up with Lu Yi. Poor little junior brother. He probably wasn't even a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, yet he was caught in the hunting ground. Who knew what kind of ordeal he would encounter? Almost every time it took to make a cup of tea, Li Baxian would check Lu Ye's battlefield mark to see if he was safe. Little junior brother. Hold on, senior brother will be here soon. In the hunting ground, Lu Yi sat in the transmission array and silently estimated the time. Almost 18 hours had passed since he put away the golden stick until now, and it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for the spirit stick to erupt for the 3rd time. So long as he was able to persist this time, then he would be able to rest easy after this. This was because Lu Yi estimated that the spirit lot would not erupt for the 4th time at the 12th hour. According to the rules set by Tianji, once the 12th hour was up, the spirit lot would truly belong to him. So what was the point of erupting? Of course, he wasn't completely sure. In any case, he would have to sacrifice at least 3 transmission arrays. He waited quietly. After half a cup of tea's time, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the spirit lot. Just like the previous 2 times, it was accompanied by violent spirit energy fluctuations. Lu Yi and the others retracted the light and immediately activated the transmission array, their figures disappearing. In a cave 200 kilometers away, the moment Lu Ye's figure appeared, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Looking up, he saw a figure standing a few dozen meters away, looking at him with a face full of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that a living person would suddenly appear in front of him. Every cultivator would often experience teleportation. Entering and exiting the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield were all done with the help of Heaven's secret pillars. But that was with the help of Heaven's secret pillars, which was the power of Heaven's secret. No Cloud River Realm cultivator could arrange a transmission array for teleportation. So when Lu Yi suddenly appeared in front of this person couldn't react for a while. It was just a coincidence that he had entered this cave, just as Lu Yi had worried before, because there were all kinds of opportunities scattered around the hunting ground. Cultivators would generally enter a cave to check it out, lest they miss anything. The transmission array that Lu Yi had arranged was usually at the bottom of the cave, so as long as the cultivator didn't go too deep into the cave, the transmission array wouldn't be activated. This person entered the cave to check, but didn't find anything, so he turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yi just happened to teleport over. Soon, he saw the faint blue light on the back of Lu Ye's hand. At the same time, Lu Yi also noticed the dark red light on the back of his opponent's hand. Almost without hesitation, his opponent raised his hand and attacked with a spell technique. This kind of terrain was a heaven-sent opportunity for a spell cultivator like him. As long as he maintained his attack, even if his opponent's cultivation was a level higher than his, he wouldn't be able to get close to him. Don't! Lu Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out, but it was still too late. The spell technique swept past, and a powerful spirit energy fluctuation instantly activated the transmission array. Dazzling light blossomed, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound. The spell cultivator's expression turned into one of shock. Violent spirit energy swept out, and the transmission array that Lu Yi had set up was instantly destroyed. The powerful impact lifted him up, and he crashed heavily into the rock wall. At the top of the cave, rubble rustled down, almost burying Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't have it easy, and the spell cultivator didn't have it easy either. The transmission array was activated too suddenly, and he wasn't prepared at all. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he hurriedly activated a spirit energy barrier to protect himself. But he was still smashed by the falling rubble. After a long while, the chaos subsided. This part of the cave was relatively sturdy, and the explosion array did not cause it to collapse. Dust flew everywhere. The spell cultivator waved his hand and coughed a few times. When he looked up, his gaze was attracted by a flash of golden light. Chapter 506. In the messy cave, the cultivator saw that the enemy who had suddenly appeared was covered by a large amount of rubble, seemingly unconscious. Under the tattered face was a handsome young face, and there was a golden light in the enemy's arms. Looking carefully, his expression changed. It was actually a golden spirit lot. He was overjoyed. He deserved to be rich. Although he didn't know why this guy from Grand Heaven Alliance suddenly appeared and why there was an explosion array here, how could he not be tempted by a golden spirit lot? He instinctively took a few steps forward, but soon stopped. Although the explosion array just now was powerful, it was still difficult to kill a Cloud River Realm cultivator. In other words, the enemy shouldn't be dead, and judging from the enemy's attire, he should be a weapon cultivator. This guy was most likely pretending to be unconscious in order to get close to him. The cultivator wasn't stupid and immediately guessed this. In such a narrow and difficult environment, if he was closed in by a weapon cultivator, he would definitely not have a good ending. With a judgment in his heart, the cultivator's spirit energy surged and a spell was formed in his hands. Regardless of whether the enemy was pretending to be unconscious or not, he would use his spell to bombard him a few times first. If the enemy really fainted, he would definitely be killed. If he was pretending to be unconscious, then it would be difficult for him to escape. No matter what, he was in an invincible position. As for the golden spirit lot in the enemy's arms, as long as he killed the enemy, everything would be his. After making up his mind, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of spirit energy behind him, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. The cultivator was shocked and turned around abruptly. His vision was filled with several bright golden arcs, and at the entrance of the cave, a petite figure was standing there. Spirit energy surged around the petite figure, and right after the golden arcs, a blazing flame broke through the air. When the cultivator's expression changed drastically, he was a 6th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, so his perception naturally wouldn't be weak. Unless there was a ghost cultivator with a similar or higher cultivation, it was impossible for him to not notice the enemy coming so close to him. But he really didn't notice. If the enemy did make a move, he wouldn't even know that there was someone behind him. The one who had acted was naturally Yi. When the explosion array was activated and the mountain rocks rustled down chaotically, she had quietly flashed out of Hupo's body and traveled through the ground, arriving behind the spell cultivator. This time he didn't aim for power. Instead, he aimed for speed. In the blink of an eye, one spell technique after another was unleashed. In the narrow cave, the spell cultivator was unable to dodge such an attack. He could only frantically activate his spirit energy barrier to block the incoming spells. Thud, thud, thud. The spell cultivator's body trembled continuously as he retreated step by step. He looked battered and exhausted, but in reality he was not seriously injured. If not for the fact that the environment here restricted his movements, he would not be in such an awkward situation. First order, How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Just as Faxiu was about to counterattack, there was a crash behind him. Oh no! Hearing that sound, the spell cultivator's scalp instantly went numb. The sudden turn of events had caused him to forget that there was a weapon cultivator behind him. Sensing a fierce murderous intent, the spell cultivator instinctively urged his spirit energy. In the next moment, a huge repulsive force swept out in all directions with him as the center. Under the tattered fox mask, only half of Lu Ye's face could be seen. There was also a streak of dark red blood running down his cheek. That was the result of being hit on the head by a large rock. The dark red blood stain combined with the tattered mask made his calm expression look somewhat ferocious. The ferocious stab didn't succeed. The huge repulsive force swept over, causing his figure to become unstable. Lu Yi quickly changed from a stab to a chop, chopping down with a saber. The ferocious slash landed on the spell cultivator's back, but it was blocked by his spirit energy barrier and didn't hurt him at all. However, the huge impact caused the spell cultivator to stagger, grimacing in pain. Third order! The spell cultivator shouted, accurately determining Lu Ye's cultivation. Originally, he thought that he was doomed this time. After all, as a spell cultivator, it was difficult for him to display his full strength here. But when he really started fighting, he discovered that his two opponents, one first order and the other third order, were really courting death. The spell cultivator roared angrily, raising his hand and grabbing at Lu Yi. Vigorous spirit energy converged and surged, turning into a giant hand that grabbed at Lu Yi. A first-order Dharma cultivator wasn't much of a threat to him, so dealing with this third-order weapon cultivator was more important. Even though his cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's by the third order, it would be troublesome if Lu Yi managed to get close to him in this environment. As long as he could deal with Lu Yi, he could easily crush this first-order spell cultivator. Yi's spells continued to bombard the spell cultivator's spiritual energy barrier, causing spiritual light to flash wildly. As the giant hand closed in, Lu Yi raised his hand and sent out a fire phoenix technique to meet it. The two techniques collided, causing violent fluctuations of spirit energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yi rushed straight at the spell cultivator. The spell cultivator's expression was cold as he stared at Lu Yi. When he was close enough, he repeated the same move as before. Violent spirit energy burst out, and a powerful repulsive force swept out in all directions. This repulsive force was so strong that even Yi's spells couldn't get close. However, Lu Yi was unaffected. The moment the repulsive force reached him, he paused for a moment before continuing to rush forward. He had killed many spell cultivators, so he was very familiar with their methods. This method of repelling enemies was a life-saving technique used by spell cultivators. It was very simple to break. All he had to do was grasp the distance. He quickly rushed to the spell cultivator's side and raised his saber-wielding right arm. A powerful blow came crashing down. A flash! Astonishment flashed in the spell cultivator's eyes, but he didn't panic because he had already been hit by Lu Ye's saber. It turned out that the saber of a third-order weapon cultivator didn't pose much of a threat to him. His spirit energy barrier was enough to block the other party's attack. The only thing that made him depressed was that he couldn't block the berserk force, so this kind of attack wasn't life-threatening. Sure enough, as the saber fell, his spirit energy barrier remained intact, only becoming a little weak. However, this didn't matter. He only needed to circulate his spirit energy to completely replenish his spirit energy barrier. The pain caused by the huge impact caused his face to distort and his body to fly back uncontrollably. He was about to circulate his spirit energy to repair his spirit energy barrier when Lu Yi stuck close to him like a maggot and slashed down again. The spirit energy barrier became even weaker. The third saber fell. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The spell cultivator's face became frightened, and he hurriedly circulated his spirit energy to replenish his spirit energy barrier. However, no matter how fast he replenished it, it still took some time. Just as the dim spirit energy barrier recovered, Lu Yi slashed down for the fourth time. Consecutive slashes. With a crash, the barrier shattered and the spell cultivator was sent flying back with no way to block it. Blood splattered everywhere. This saber had directly sent the spell cultivator's right arm flying. A blood-curdling scream rang out instantly. Lu Yi landed on the ground, gasping for breath. No matter how much his cultivation had increased, every time he used the one flash state, it was a huge burden on him because every slash required him to erupt with all his strength. The flesh and blood on his right arm were wriggling rapidly, and the gathered vitality couldn't disperse in a short time. His entire right arm exuded an astonishing heat, but it didn't matter anymore. Inside the cave, Ee was still continuously releasing her techniques, causing the spell cultivator to stagger and howl in pain. With his right arm cut off and his great heavenly cycle broken, the spell cultivator's strength was greatly reduced. He clutched the wound on his right arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. His eyes were filled with horror. He never imagined that he would suffer such a big loss at the hands of a third-order weapon cultivator. The other party's saber techniques were like a torrential storm, something he had never seen before in his life. He hurriedly turned around and rushed in Yi's direction. As he ran, he raised his hand and cast a spell. Yi quickly dodged into the ground. Even though the spell cultivator was running away, this strange scene still stunned him. Before he could figure out what was going on, a heavy slash landed on his back. Intense pain swept over him, and the powerful impact caused him to fall to the ground. In such an environment, it was undoubtedly unwise for a spell cultivator to expose his back to a weapon cultivator. Even if his right arm was cut off, he might have been able to fight back if he fought with all his might. After all, he was a sixth-order cultivator. But the pain of losing his arm and the crisis of life and death made him lose his mind and make the wrong judgment. It wasn't that his mind wasn't firm enough, but that very few people could remain calm in the face of death. In the face of crisis, more people would act according to their instincts. He fell to the ground in a sorry state with a huge slash wound on his back. Through the wound, one could almost see his squirming internal organs. Before he could get up, Lu Yi had already rushed over and stepped on his back, holding his saber in a backhand grip. A light flashed on the blade as the dual sharpness spirit inscription strengthened it. Following the slash wound on his back, Lu Yi stabbed straight down. The saber pierced through his back and out his chest, piercing his heart. But it wasn't over yet. With the support of the grand spike spirit inscriptions, sharp spikes of spirit energy exploded inside the spell cultivator's body. The spell cultivator's upper body jerked up. The indescribable pain caused his face to contort. He gathered the remaining spirit energy in his body and swept it out. Lu Yi was directly sent flying and hit a rock wall. The saber that left his body brought with it a spray of blood. When he got up again, the spell cultivator on the ground was no longer moving. Dark red blood flowed from his body. Yi's figure appeared not far away and quickly came to the spell cultivator's corpse. She took off his storage bag and threw it to Lu Yi, then plunged into Hupo's body. Everything was done in one go. Lu Ye's figure didn't stop. He rushed out and soon disappeared into the night. Not long after, cultivators who were attracted by the commotion came to investigate, but all they saw was an incomplete corpse. Judging from the wounds on the corpse, the battle was very fierce. Moreover, the victor was a saber-wielding body, cultivator. As for the rest, it was difficult to investigate. Chapter 507. After nearly 2 days of intense fighting, Lu Ye's ranking had already dropped out of the 80th place and was about to drop out of the list. However, after he killed the spell cultivator, Lu Ye's name flashed and suddenly jumped to the 50th place. The hunting points behind his name also increased from 370 to 550 points. This scene was noticed by many observant people, and all of them were astounded, especially Wei Quebec. He'd been searching for fortuitous encounters in the hunting grounds during these past 2 days, and he'd obtained some fortuitous encounters, yet he was unable to locate Lu Yi, and this caused him to feel rather helpless. After all, he didn't have any accurate clues in an area of a few 100,000 kilometers, so he didn't know where to go to find Lu Yi. He knew that Lu Yi was only a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, but his hunting points had increased by 180. After a little calculation, he realized that Lu Yi had killed a sixth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Otherwise, his hunting points wouldn't have increased so much. A third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator had actually killed a sixth-order. It was truly terrifying. No wonder the great sects of Myriad Demon Ridge were so afraid of this person. With such a terrifying heritage, if he was allowed to grow, it wouldn't be a good thing for Myriad Demon Ridge. Today he could kill Yun He, who was 3 realms above him, and in the future he would be able to kill True Lake and Spirit Sea cultivators. Jiang Lu Zi and his brother also paid attention to the changes on the hunting list and secretly rejoiced that they had called senior brother Lu Shu and the others over. Otherwise, with the strength Lu Yi had shown now, if they had encountered him, they might have been the ones to die. At the same time, they also admired Lu Ye's boldness, a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator in the hunting ground. Not only did he not try to find a way to survive, he even dared to kill and snatch a spot on the hunting list. He really didn't put the masters of Myriad Demon Ridge in his eyes. If Lu Yi knew what they were thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice. In the hunting ground, he had set up 12 transmission arrays and had been hiding all this time, never taking the initiative to cause trouble. However, the heavens didn't let him. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always came to him. What could he do? He was helpless. Lu Yi didn't have time to pay attention to the changes on the hunting list. After quickly leaving the cave, Lu Yi found a secluded place nearby and hurriedly set up a transmission array. An hour later, the new teleportation formation was set up, and Lu Yi calmed down. He tossed a spirit pill into his mouth and slowly recovered his spirit chi. Out of the 12 teleportation arrays, 3 had been destroyed. Now that another one had been set up, there were still 10 left. Thinking back to the previous battle, even though it was more daunting than dangerous, being able to kill that spell cultivator so quickly was also because the other party was too careless. Yi had launched a sneak attack from the back of that person and distracted him too much. That was why he had the chance to get close to him. Moreover, the environment there also gave him a great advantage. That special environment allowed him and Yi to create a pincer attack advantage. Yi could distract the enemy's mind and he could kill them. This was the only way to cut the Gordian knot. If they met under normal circumstances, Lu Yi knew that he might not be their opponent. With his current strength, he could kill a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, but a 6th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator would be difficult. As for a 7th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he didn't even need to think about it. If he really encountered one, his top priority was to escape. He needed to quickly improve his cultivation. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy whose cultivation was too far above his own, even if he had 10,000 methods, it would be difficult to use them. The fox mask was broken. After all, it wasn't a good thing and was relatively fragile. Previously, it had been hit in the head by a boulder in the cave, causing Lu Yi to suffer some minor injuries. Taking off the tattered mask and putting it away, Lu Yi quietly lay dormant. The 24-hour time limit was about to end, and he didn't know if the golden spirit tag in his pocket would erupt one last time. If it did, the teleportation array here was destined to be abandoned. Time passed by, until a certain moment, the golden spirit tag in Lu Ye's pocket suddenly burst into a dazzling light, causing Lu Ye's expression to become helpless. At the last moment, the spirit tag actually erupted again. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, and a strong fluctuation of spirit energy spread out in all directions, attracting the attention of all the cultivators within a 100-kilometer radius. Decisively activating the teleportation array, Lu Yi was originally preparing to teleport to another location, but he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the location he was about to teleport to. In other words, the teleportation array at that location was gone. There was a high probability that someone had entered the location he had set up the teleportation array, triggering an explosion and destroying everything inside. This couldn't be helped. Although he had chosen to set up the teleportation arrays in extremely secluded and remote places, in the hunting ground, in order to find scattered opportunities, cultivators wouldn't let go of any suspicious places. Fortunately, he had already expected this. Every teleportation array he set up was connected to at least 2 other teleportation arrays. If he lost contact with one of them, he could still teleport to the other. The teleportation array activated, and Lu Ye's figure disappeared. The moment he appeared, Lu Yi immediately sensed his surroundings. After confirming that this place wasn't exposed and that there was no one around, he felt relieved. He took out the golden spirit tag from his pocket. At this moment, the 24-hour time limit had passed, and the faint green light lingering on the golden spirit tag had also disappeared. Lu Yi tried to put it into his storage space. This time there were no obstacles, and he directly put it in. A golden spirit tag was in his hand. A few teleportation arrays in exchange for a golden spirit tag was worth it. However, if possible, Lu Yi didn't want to be chosen by the heavens and bestowed upon him such a golden spirit tag. Previously, he felt that he had set up 12 teleportation arrays at once, which was enough. But now, it seemed that this wasn't necessarily the case. In theory, he still had 8 teleportation arrays left, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. This was because each teleportation array could only be connected to 2 or 3 other teleportation arrays nearby. He couldn't contact all the teleportation arrays unless he checked them one by one. However, activating a teleportation array would cause spiritual fluctuations. If someone was nearby, it would be easy to expose the existence of the teleportation array. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use the teleportation array casually. If he wanted to set up more teleportation arrays, he could, but he would need to refine more array flags. He didn't have many array flags left. He did have the materials, but refining array flags would also cause spiritual fluctuations, which would expose his hiding place. The hunting ground opened at an indefinite time. Generally, it was between half a month and a month. It had only been 2 days, but the teleportation arrays he had set up had been destroyed by 30 to 40%. It would be very difficult to last until the end of the hunting ground. Inside the cave, Lu Yi sat in meditation. Yi was responsible for guarding him, and there was also a warning array, so he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. What he didn't know was that the moment he put the golden spirit lot into his storage space, his ranking on the hunting list suddenly jumped up by a large margin, jumping from the 50th place to the 1st place in an instant. The hunting points behind his name also increased from 550 points to 1,550 points, an increase of a full 1,000 points. 1,000 hunting points was a terrifying concept. One had to know that a 5th-order Cloud River realm only represented 40 merit points. 1,000 hunting points would require one to kill 25 5th-order Cloud River realm cultivators in order to obtain it. Although the 8th and 9th order Cloud River realm cultivators had also killed some enemies in the past 2 days, none of them had obtained so many hunting points. Xiao Liang, who was ranked 2nd, hadn't even broken past 1,000 hunting points. On the hunting list, the average number was 3 to 500, so 1,500 hunting points could be said to be far ahead of everyone else. This sudden turn of events shocked all the cultivators in the hunting ground. Needless to say, the cultivators who had been paying attention to Lu Yi had also begun to pay attention to him. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the hunting ground. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him? To be able to lead so far in the hunting ground, He must be a master who dominated the Cloud River battlefield. However, the name Lu Yi was too unfamiliar. Cultivators who had such doubts obviously stayed in the Cloud River battlefield all year round and didn't know anything about the Spirit Stream battlefield or even the 9 states. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to have heard of Blue Blood Sect's Lu Yi. How could he suddenly increase 1,000 hunting points? Is there a mistake in the heavens' secret calculation? Even if a First-Order Cloud River Realm cultivator killed a Ninth-Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, it would be impossible to obtain so many hunting points. However, the heavens' secret was fair and just, so how could there be a mistake? The increase in hunting points is not only from killing enemies, but also from holding that special Golden Spirit lot. Yesterday, the person who held the Golden Spirit lot increased his hunting points by 300. Someone explained, "Why is it 300 yesterday and 1,000 today?" Someone asked, puzzled. "It has something to do with one's cultivation and the time one holds it. The lower one's cultivation, the longer one holds it before the 24-hour time limit, the more hunting points one can obtain. As for how many hunting points one can obtain, the heavens' secret has its own measure. However, for a total of 1,000 hunting points, I'm afraid that this person held the Golden Spirit lot for 24 hours, and his cultivation is definitely not high. At most, he wouldn't exceed the 5th order, possibly even lower. There's such a thing? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I've learned a lot. A 5th order cultivator holding it for 24 hours. What kind of method does this person have to be so good? I'm afraid he's a ghost cultivator. Only a ghost cultivator who is good at concealment would have such an advantage. Wrong. I've heard of this Lu Yi. He's a disciple of the Weapon Province's Blue Blood Sect. He caused a lot of trouble in the Spirit Stream battlefield. As far as I know, he's not a ghost cultivator, but a weapon cultivator. His cultivation is definitely not at the 5th order, probably only at the 1st order, because he entered the Cloud River battlefield less than 2 months ago. 1st order. Gasps could be heard. A 1st order cultivator, who would find it difficult to move around the hunting ground, could hold that special Golden Spirit lot for 24 hours. It was simply unimaginable. But thinking about it, if one couldn't do things that ordinary people couldn't do, how could they obtain 1,000 hunting points? Originally, they were a little puzzled as to why Lu Yi could obtain so many hunting points. But now it seemed that this was clearly a reward from the Heaven's Secret. If it were any of them, even if they were 7th or 8th order cultivators, they wouldn't dare to say that they could hold that spirit lot for 24 hours. Chapter 508. Outside the hunting ground. A sword gleam descended, revealing 2 figures. It was Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. The 2 of them were travel-worn, but without any delay, they finally arrived at the hunting ground in 2 days. They didn't rush in immediately, because they were both exhausted. Although they had never been to a hunting ground before, they had heard a lot about this kind of famous sudden event. They knew that at this time there would be many people lying in ambush at the edge of the hunting ground, ambushing those who entered the hunting ground from outside to obtain hunting points. After finding a secluded place, the 2 of them sat down to recover. 3 hours later, the 2 of them stood up and exchanged glances. Everything was ready. Streaks of sharp sword light appeared and hovered around the 2 of them. There were more than 50 streaks of sword light. "Are you ready?" Li Baxian asked. Feng Yuechan nodded. "Let's go." Following Li Baxian's words, the sword gleams retracted and turned into a rotating sword dragon. The sword dragon wrapped around the 2 of them and slammed into the blood-red light screen. The sword gleams resounded as the sword dragon soared. The next moment, at the edge of the hunting ground, the cultivators who had concealed their presence saw a sword dragon charging towards them. The bright sword gleams caused the world to lose its color, and the terrifying sword intent caused their hearts to palpitate. The sword dragon flew through the air and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. During this time, none of the cultivators lying in ambush at the edge tried to stop it. The one who came in was a sword cultivator. Just by looking at the sword gleams, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Who would try to stop him? Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they offended a powerful person? A few experts quickly noticed that the sword cultivator who came in wasn't very strong, but it was already too late to stop him. The sword gleam had already traveled several miles, as fast as lightning. A moment later, in the wilderness, the sword dragon dissipated. The sword gleams retracted. Li Baxi and Feng Yuechan landed one after another. The two of them quickly checked their surroundings and confirmed that there was no one around. Only then did they relax. I wonder how Junior Brother is doing. Li Baxi was worried. Saying so, he tapped the battlefield mark on the back of his hand and contacted Lu Yi. He didn't contact Lu Yi before because he didn't want him to worry. Now that he was here, naturally, he had to meet up with Lu Yi first. Although his and Feng Yuechan's cultivations weren't very high, they were still very powerful. However, when the two of them joined forces, his situation was much better than Lu Ye's. It was barely enough to protect him. They were contacting each other. Feng Yuechan was completely bored, looking to the east and looking to the west. It was his first time entering the hunting ground. She was also curious about this place. In the past, she had only heard that there were many opportunities in the hunting ground. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to meet her. This time he had the chance. Very soon, the hunting list in the sky, like a blood-red flag, attracted her attention. Feng Yuechan's beautiful eyes widened as she glanced over. He stared at the top of the hunting list in surprise, almost suspecting that he had seen it wrong. But upon closer inspection, indeed he was right. Lu Ye's name was at the top of the list, and there were a total of 1,550 hunting points behind him. Xiao Liang, who was in second place, only had over 1,000 points. Senior brother. Feng Yuechan tugged at Li Baxian's clothes. Li Baxian was currently in contact with Lu Yi, asking for his location. Sensing the disturbance, he turned to look at Feng Yuechan. Look at that. Feng Yuechan raised her head and pointed at the sky. Li Baxian looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. First place? His first reaction was that his junior brother couldn't be so amazing. The entire hunting ground was hundreds of thousands of miles wide, and there were many experts. His junior brother had only entered the Cloud River battlefield for 2 months. How could he occupy the first place and leave the second place so far behind? How many people did he have to kill to get more than 1,500 hunting points? Was there someone with the same name as his junior brother? However, the name Lu Yi wasn't a very common name. Even if there were people with the same name in this world, it wouldn't be so coincidental to be in the hunting ground. There was no such coincidence in this world. Was it really his junior brother? Li Baxian was a little dizzy. He had thought that Lu Yi would be in danger everywhere in the hunting ground, treading on thin ice. But if it was really his junior brother, then he had been completely wrong. To be able to obtain so many hunting points, it undoubtedly meant that his junior brother was invincible in the hunting ground. However, he wasn't sure if it was true or not. He had to ask, "Junior brother, is Lu Yi the number one on the hunting list, you?" On the transmission array, Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, was stunned by this question. He immediately denied it. No, how could it be me? His previous best ranking was only in the top 10. Although he killed a 6th Order Law cultivator after that, after such a long time, his name should have fallen off the hunting list. Since entering the hunting ground, he had killed a total of 3 people and obtained 550 hunting points. It was impossible for this number to be in the first place. Then there is someone with the same name as you. This person is amazing. He actually has 1,500 hunting points. Li Baxian sighed. This guy who had the same name as his junior brother must be a ninth order cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so strong. He knew of Xiaoliang as he had fought against him in the Spirit Stream battlefield. He was from the Wild Blade sect and was once a top 10 master on the Spirit Stream list. Naturally, he wouldn't be weak in the Cloud River battlefield. Furthermore, Xiaoliang should also be in the Cloud River Realm 9th Order right now. If this person who shared the same name as his little junior brother was able to suppress Xiaoliang, then he must be even more powerful. This person was really amazing. In the cave, although Lu Yi felt that something was wrong, he didn't think too much about it. In his mind, he only had 550 hunting points, so it was impossible for him to be in the first place. However, what made him feel both moved and helpless was that his fourth senior brother actually came to find him. Obviously, he was worried about his safety. Moreover, he didn't say anything before entering the hunting ground and only told him about it. Taking out the 10 points map, he checked his position and then informed Li Baxian. "We're coming to find you. Junior brother, wait for me." After ending the communication, Li Baxian took Feng Yuechan and flew in the direction of Lu Yi. They weren't too far away from Lu Yi. Normally, if they flew on their swords, it would take less than 2 hours, but in the hunting ground, they couldn't be so ostentatious, so their speed was much slower. Along the way, inside the cave, Lu Yi waited quietly. It was a good thing that his fourth senior brother came to find him. Not to mention the two of them, working together, would greatly increase their strength. Even if they encountered an enemy they couldn't beat, they could escape with the help of the transmission array. However, when his fourth senior brother sent the message, he used the word "we." Looking at it, there was someone with him, and it was most likely Feng Yuechan. He didn't know how strong fourth senior brother and the others were right now. Thinking about it, they had entered the Cloudy River battlefield a few months earlier than he had, so their strength shouldn't be too weak. Moreover, the two of them had been accumulating strength in the Spirit Stream realm for over 10 years. Their foundation was extremely deep, and since ancient times, no one could compare to them. After all, since ancient times, there hadn't been anyone with their talent who stayed in the Spirit Stream stage for more than 10 years. Not to mention their talent, even if they were average talents, staying in the Spirit Stream stage for more than 10 years was not worth it. Such a long time was enough for a cultivator to reach the Cloud River stage or even the True Lake stage. After thinking about it, Lu Yi didn't stay in the same place. Instead, he walked out of the cave, found a place outside, and activated the concealment spirit pattern to hide. His fourth senior brother was rushing here. If he continued to stay in the cave, what if someone entered and discovered his whereabouts? Should he leave or not? If he left, it would delay the time to meet up with Li Baxian. If he didn't leave, he might have to fight with the person who came. It was troublesome either way, so he might as well not stay in the cave. After hiding, he remembered what his fourth senior brother asked him. He raised his head to look at the hunting list and frowned. Just as his fourth senior brother said, Lu Yi was at the top of the hunting list. There really was someone with the same name as him. This was rather interesting. He looked down and continued to investigate. Soon, Lu Yi realized that something was wrong. This was because the last person on the hunting list had 530 hunting points. According to his calculation, he should have 550 hunting points. In other words, 550 points was enough to enter the hunting list and be ranked in the 90s. But his name wasn't in the 90s. There was only one Lu Yi on the hunting list, and he was at the top. Did he calculate wrongly? He didn't get 550 hunting points? But that couldn't be right. He was only a third order, but he had killed a fifth order, a seventh order, and a sixth order. The hunting points he got were 120, 250, 180, and so on, adding up to 550 points. Hunting points were directly linked to merit, so the number couldn't be wrong. Looking at the number 1 hunting points, it was 1,550 points. This number was somewhat thought-provoking. It was exactly 1,000 points more than what he had calculated. Could it be that he was at the top of the hunting list? That didn't make sense. Where did the extra 1,000 hunting points come from? Just as he was wondering, the fluctuations of a battle suddenly came from not far away. Lu Yi immediately focused his mind and listened carefully. He vaguely heard the sound of swords ringing out. Looking up, he saw a constant flash of light on the horizon, as if a powerful technique was being released. He quickly sent a message to Li Baxian, but there was no response. Yi. Lu Yi shouted. Yi understood and immediately flashed out of Hu Po's body, burrowed into the ground, and sneaked towards the source of the battle. Lu Yi also hurried over. Fourth senior brother didn't respond, which meant he didn't have time to reply. Calculating the time, they should be nearby. Coupled with the sounds of swords ringing out and the release of techniques, it undoubtedly meant that one of the two sides fighting was Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. A moment later, Lu Yi arrived at the scene and looked up, only to see sharp sword lights and sword qi crisscrossing the area. Several figures were fighting fiercely within a small range. Two of them were obviously Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. At this moment, Li Baxian was fully displaying his strength. 100 sword lights lingered around his body as flying swords flew back and forth. The terrifying, murderous intent of a sword cultivator was undoubtedly displayed. Chapter 509. Li Baxian had indeed come with Feng Yuchan. At this moment, in this small battlefield, he was using his sword to kill enemies, his figure not leaving Feng Yuchan's side, protecting her from harm. Feng Yuchan, on the other hand, was constantly sending out spirit qi attacks in all directions. Their opponents were 3 people, no, 5 people. One of them had already fallen to the ground, red blood flowing from his body, his life or death unknown. Looking at his injuries, it was obviously Li Baxian's doing. Another was outside the battlefield, his body surging with spirit qi as he held an array flag in his hand, constantly waving it. This person was an array cultivator, and judging from his spirit qi fluctuations, he was a 5th order array cultivator. The 3 people fighting Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were also 4th order or 5th order cultivators. At this moment, the expressions of these 3 were ugly, their eyes filled with horror because Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan's performance was too monstrous. They had set up an ambush and attacked with an absolute advantage in numbers. But not only did they fail to take down these 2 in the first place, one of them was even killed. If it weren't for their array cultivator companion activating the spirit array they had arranged in advance, the 3 of them would definitely not be their opponents. But even with the help of the spirit array, the 3 of them were in a difficult situation at the moment. The rainbow-like sword lights, whether it was in terms of lethality or speed, were extremely terrifying, and the spirit qi attacks were also extremely powerful. Where did these 2 monsters come from? The 3 of them had a bitter taste in their mouths, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. One of the 5th order cultivators realized that things were not going well. If they continued fighting like this, not to mention how long they could last, the sound of the fight here would definitely attract others. If it were Myriad Demon Ridge, it wouldn't be a problem. They could pressure these 2 monsters together and kill them. But if it were Grand Heaven Alliance, then they would be miserable. No one dared to gamble on a 50-50 chance. They immediately shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. How about we all stop?" They were already thinking of retreating. But Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan's attacks were fierce, so they didn't want to give up. There was no chance for them to retreat. As for their companion who died, it was a temporary alliance, and he wasn't their senior brother or junior brother, so it didn't matter if he died. It could only be said that he was too unlucky. Hearing the shouts, Li Baxian frowned slightly. His attacks slowed down slightly. It wasn't that he didn't have the confidence to kill these people. However, now that he was trapped in a formation, the other party had the help of a formation cultivator. Regardless of whether it was him or Feng Yuchan, it was difficult for them to display their full strength. The two of them could only display 80% of their usual strength. But even so, with the two of them working together, even if they were trapped in the formation, they would still be able to escape. They were confident that they could kill all of them. After all, this formation wasn't a very profound formation. He and Feng Yuechan had been in the spirit stream realm for more than 10 years. Although he had wasted a lot of time, he had accumulated a lot of energy. No matter who it was, both of them had accumulated an extremely strong foundation. The other party was only an ordinary 4th or 5th order cultivator. So how could they be their opponents? But at the end of the day, this was a hunting ground. If they fought here for too long, it would be easy for side issues to arise. Right now, it was more important for them to find Lu Yi. With this in mind, Li Baxian shouted, "All right." Their attacks slowed down. The 5th order, who shouted, relaxed and was about to speak when suddenly a scream rang out from not far away. When the scream reached his ears, the face of the person who spoke changed drastically because he recognized that the scream was from his fellow array cultivator. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure behind the array cultivator. A bright sword light pierced through the array cultivator's chest, flashing a cold light. "It's over." Lu Yi rushed over and saw Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's situation at a glance. With the enhancement of the Insight Spirit inscriptions, he also saw a formation in operation. How could he be polite? He immediately sneaked over to the formation cultivator. The other party was concentrating on urging the spirit array to suppress Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. He was shocked by the strength of these two and was completely unaware of Lu Ye's approach. By the time Lu Yi attacked, it was already too late. The mountain coiling saber pierced through the array cultivator's chest. Blood spurted out as Lu Yi swung his saber again. The array cultivator's head flew. Almost at the same moment, Li Baxian's flying sword, which had slowed down its attack, rose again and attacked the 5th order cultivator who shouted just now. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the flying sword struck the array cultivator, causing him to stumble back. Blood spurted out from his body, and when he finally stabilized himself, a cold, murderous intent attacked him from behind. Lu Yi had already stepped into the spirit array and was rushing over. Before he even arrived, the Pan Mountain saber had already slashed out. A crescent-shaped saber, light, cut through the air and landed heavily on the man's back. It broke through the man's protective spiritual energy and left behind a bloody wound. A scream rang out, but it came to an abrupt end. Lu Ye's figure swept past him and pounced on the next target, his saber bringing out a spray of blood. Behind him, the 5th order cultivator's body swayed and fell to the ground. However, before Lu Yi could reach the 2nd array cultivator, the latter was struck by a lightning attraction technique. Lightning snakes slithered through the array cultivator's body, causing him to tremble and his body to be scorched black. Then, a second spell technique blasted a hole through the array cultivator's chest. On the other side, the last 4th order cultivator was also cut down by Li Baxian's flying sword. The fierce battle ended 10 breaths after Lu Ye's arrival. Li Baxian and Lu Yi looked at each other, the former's eyes filled with surprise and amazement. Lu Yi beckoned, "Follow me." Saying so, he turned around and walked back the way he came. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan hurriedly followed. In the messy battlefield, Yi quickly packed up the spoils of war and escaped into the ground. On the way back to the cave, Lu Yi raised his head and glanced at the top position on the hunter list. The corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. A moment later, under Lu Ye's guidance, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan passed through the explosion array and arrived at the bottom of the cave. Sitting down cross-legged, Li Baxian looked around and asked in surprise, "What kind of array is this?" With his eyesight, he could see that there was a spirit array here, but because he didn't cultivate the Tao of arrays, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit array it was. However, Since Lu Yi dared to bring them here to hide, he obviously had something to rely on. A transmission array. A transmission array? Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were both surprised. Although they knew that Lu Yi had good attainments in the Tao of arrays, they never expected that he could even arrange a transmission array. This was simply beyond their imagination. After all, Lu Yi was only at the Cloud River realm now. How far can it teleport? Li Baxian asked. The further a transmission array could teleport, the more valuable it was. If it could only teleport a few kilometers or a dozen kilometers, it would be useless. For a Cloud River realm cultivator, this distance could be covered very quickly. About 200 kilometers. See, Li Baxian sucked in a breath of cold air. To the side, Feng Yuchan also showed a look of shock. Although they were only at the Cloud River realm, they had cultivated for so many years, so their knowledge was not something Lu Yi could compare with. Naturally, they understood what it meant for a Cloud River realm cultivator to arrange a transmission array that could teleport 200 kilometers. Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of arrays were definitely higher than they had imagined. Lu Yi must have arranged more than one such transmission array. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden here. With this transmission array, even if Lu Ye's cultivation was lower, as long as he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble and focused on protecting himself, he would be able to sit back and relax in the hunting ground. Li Baxian blushed with shame. He thought that Lu Yi was suffering in the hunting ground, surrounded by enemies, so he and Feng Yuchan had rushed over in a hurry. Who would have thought that their little junior brother would have such ability? This was a good thing. With a transmission array, even if he encountered an invincible master, he could escape at any time. Thinking of his cultivation, Li Baxian was surprised. Little junior brother, how did you reach the third order already? Calculating carefully, Lu Yi had only broken through to the Cloud River realm less than 2 months ago. He thought that Lu Yi hadn't even reached the second order yet, but now Lu Yi was already in the third order. I was lucky. Not long ago, I entered a sealed world and obtained a lot of merit, so I was able to exchange it for some spirit sticks. As they spoke, Yi flew back and obediently bowed to Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. Greetings, fourth senior brother, senior sister Feng. Li Baxian smiled and nodded. After not seeing you for so long, junior sister has become more and more beautiful. This was not flattery. After Yi broke through to the Cloud River realm with Hupa, she really did look more beautiful than before, and her body seemed to have grown a little. Yi's eyes curved into crescents after hearing this praise. Feng Yuchan pulled her to sit down, and Yi handed over the loot she had collected to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and began cracking the barriers on his storage bag while chatting with Li Baxian. When they were fighting the enemy just now, Lu Yi had checked his and Feng Yuchan's cultivations. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were now both fourth-order Cloud River realm cultivators, a minor realm higher than him. After all, the two of them had entered the Cloud River battlefield a few months earlier than Li. Lu Ye's luck was good, but their luck wasn't bad either. During this time, both of them had their own opportunities and had broken through to the fourth order more than a month ago. When Li Baxian asked about Blue Blood Sect, Lu Yi told him everything. Learning that the sect was developing well and its prospects were promising, Li Baxian sighed. Little junior brother has suffered a lot. The current Blue Blood Sect could be said to have been single-handedly raised by Lu Yi. When he first returned to the sect, besides the sect master and second senior sister, he was the only disciple. But now, Blue Blood Sect had at least 700 or 800 disciples, and the development of its station was even more impressive. Looking at the entire outer circle, no one could compare to it. There were all kinds of blessings in the station that even most sects in the inner circle couldn't compare to. There were also a large number of rich sects that could purchase more blessings at any time. In addition, the safe and sound money sent by the various sects in Myriad Demon Ridge's core circle made Blue Blood Sect rich overnight. without mentioning anything else. Just the materials they received were enough for Blue Blood Sect to develop for 10 or 20 years. All of these benefits were brought about by Lu Yi alone. Chapter 510. As they chatted, the restrictions on the storage bag were opened. There were only 5 enemies previously, but Yi had collected more than 20 storage bags. 5 people naturally couldn't have so many storage bags. Generally speaking, cultivators had more than 1 storage bag, but there wouldn't be too many. Most of them had 2 or 3, and they could store some things according to category. The 5 of them had so many storage bags. It was obvious that they had obtained the spoils of war from killing people. Now they had all benefited Lu Yi. Lu Yi picked out 10 storage bags and kept them for himself. He pushed the rest in front of Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. Li Baxian didn't refuse. They were all brothers, so there was no need to give in. He picked up the storage bags and checked them one by one, taking out the useful things inside. It was the same for Lu Yi. In general, there weren't many good things. They were all ordinary materials and spirit weapons. The materials could be used by oneself. Spirit weapons could be sold for merit points, or they could be brought back to the Jade Blood Sect. Cloud River Realm cultivators usually used middle-grade spirit weapons, and their value was not bad. A moment later, Lu Yi suddenly took out a box that was emitting 5-colored light from a storage bag. This thing looked familiar. It was a lot box. Without hesitation, Lu Yi opened the lot box and a blue light bloomed. Li Baxian was surprised. Junior brother's luck is really good. After entering the Cloud River battlefield for so long, he and Feng Yuechan had also obtained some lot boxes. He even had 3 lot boxes in his own storage bag. But so far, the spirit lots he had obtained from this thing were at most green. He had never seen a blue one. He had asked others, and most of them were the same. Although there was a chance of getting a golden spirit lot from the lot box, the probability was too low. Not to mention golden. Even a purple one from the lot box was. It was extremely rare. 90% of the cultivators opened the lot box. They all got white or green. If they were lucky, they could get blue. Because of this, he left the lot box behind, preparing to save more. He opened it all at once, to see if he could get a better spirit lot. If he wasn't lucky, he would make up for it with quantity. But he didn't expect Lu Yi to directly open a blue one. When I advanced to Cloud River, I was blessed by the heavens. Since then, my luck has been very good. Also, last time I entered a mystic realm, I obtained a mystic technique that could change the situation of the beast taming school. Someone told me, sell that item to the Tianji treasury. To be able to receive the blessings of the heavens, one's luck would increase. Then, we'll sell the secret technique together. Little junior brother has been blessed by the heavens? This was the first time Li Baxian heard of such a thing. When Lu Yi advanced to the Cloud River realm, he and Feng Yuechan were already in the Cloud River battlefield. He hadn't returned to the 9 prefectures yet, so there was no news from the outside world. It's hard to know. Yes. No wonder. Li Baxian suddenly understood. When I was young, I vaguely heard the old man mention it. After eldest senior brother was blessed by the heavens, his luck was astonishing. No matter what he did, it was as if the heavens were helping him. That's why he could rise up in such a short time and command the entire Hautian alliance. Seems like it's true. With a thought, he took out 3 boxes from his storage pouch and handed them to Lu Yi. Junior martial brother, please open them. Since he knew that Lu Ye's luck was very good, it was naturally more appropriate for Lu Yi to open the box. What if he opened a golden box? He held the 3 lot boxes in his hand. Lu Yi couldn't help but think of Xia Qianchan. A few days ago, this woman also wanted to borrow luck from him. But in the end, she only opened a white spiritual lot. In the cave, 3 pairs of eyes focused on him. Lu Yi gently opened the first lot box. White light bloomed. This made Lu Yi raise his eyebrows. Something was wrong. He had opened 4 lot boxes in total. The first time, he directly opened a purple spiritual lot, which stunned Xia Qianshan. The second time, Xia Qianshan asked him to help open it, and it was white. The third time was just now a blue spiritual lot and then a white one. The first time was a coincidence. Was the second time also a coincidence? Luck is like a river. It has ups and downs. It's normal. Open the second one, Li Baxian said. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, Senior Marshal Brother, can you give these 2 lot boxes to me? Li Baxian smiled. What's the problem? I'll give them to you. Unfortunately, we've only saved 3 during this period of time. If we had known earlier, we would have saved the rest. As he spoke, Lu Yi had already opened the second lot box, and a green light bloomed. It was SOSO acceptable. The third lot box was opened. Purple light bloomed, illuminating everyone's faces with purple light. Li Baxian exclaimed in a low voice, Amazing! Feng Yuechan also opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Lu Yi to directly open a purple spiritual lot. Compared to a white one, the value instantly increased by 27 times. Hearing it was one thing. Seeing it with one's own eyes was another. It seemed that it was really as Lu Yi said. After being blessed by the heavens, one's luck was astonishing. Just a month ago, Li Baxian had complained to her that if there was really someone in this world who could open a purple spiritual lot or above from a lot box, it would definitely be smoke rising from their ancestors' graves. Today, she witnessed it with her own eyes. Lu Yi pushed the green and purple spiritual lots in front of Li Baxian. Li Baxian looked at him in confusion. It should be that only by opening my own spiritual lot can my luck be used. If I open it for someone else, my luck will be useless, Lu Yi explained. This was also the reason why he had asked Li Baxian to give him the 2 lot boxes. If he didn't want to verify his guess, he wouldn't have asked Li Baxian for the 2 lot boxes. It didn't make sense that when he opened them for someone else, they would all be white, but when he opened them for himself, they would all be white or above. This action confirmed his thoughts. His own luck could only be used on himself. Others couldn't borrow it from him. Looking at the 2 spiritual lots in front of him, Li Baxian shook his head. Little junior brother, I can't take these things. Lu Yi was about to explain when Li Baxian smiled and said, I understand junior brother's meaning, but something like luck can't be seen clearly or touched. If junior brother's luck really came from the heavens, then you must be even more careful. The heavens are everywhere. If we use this kind of opportunistic method to obtain a spiritual lot, it might affect your luck and weaken the heavens' favor for you. The gains don't make up for the losses. There's such a thing. Lu Yi was surprised. There's no harm in being careful. Li Baxian said solemnly. When it came to the heavens' secrets, he didn't dare act recklessly, even if there was only a slight possibility. If it were anyone else, Li Baxian would definitely not refuse. In any case, a purple spirit lot was very precious and could improve his cultivation, but Lu Yi was his little junior brother, so he couldn't harm him. Feng Yuchan also said from the side, Senior brother is right, it's best to be careful with this kind of thing. Junior brother Lu, don't let others borrow from you in the future, lest it affects your own luck. Lu Yi nodded. In that case, I'll take these spirit lots. The rest can be given to senior brother and senior sister Feng. He pushed the inventory bag that originally belonged to him over. This time, Li Baxian didn't refuse and happily took things out of the storage bags. Lu Yi checked his storage space and found a golden spirit lot, a purple one, a blue one, a green one, and 2 white ones. With so many spirit lots, Lu Yi estimated that he should be able to break through to the 4th order. He had accumulated a lot of experience in the 3rd order before, so he shouldn't be far from the 4th order. However, this was the hunting ground, so it wasn't convenient to use spirit lots to cultivate. The white ones were fine as they could be consumed in a stick of incense worth of time, but the golden ones weren't. A golden spirit lot would take at least a day and night to be consumed, and it would be awkward if someone broke in during this time. So, if he wanted to cultivate, he had to wait until the hunting ground closed and find a safe place to cultivate. Little junior brother, if that's the case, you can buy a lot box at the price of a green spirit lot. With your luck, you definitely won't lose out. Li Baxian suddenly had an idea. Feng Yuchan pursed her lips and smiled. The price of a green spirit lot is only 600 or 700 merit points. Once your cultivation reaches the Cloud River realm, do you really need 600 or 700 merit points? For a Cloud River realm cultivator, a lot box means the hope of obtaining a golden spirit lot. Instead of selling it for 600 or 700 merit points, it's better to open it yourself and take a gamble. What if the heavens bless you? Li Baxian thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Not to mention others. Even if he really obtained a lot box and someone wanted to buy it for 600 or 700 merit points, he definitely wouldn't sell it. Opening it himself was always a hope. But if he sold it to someone else, what if that person opened a good spirit lot? Wouldn't he die of heartache? Moreover, in the Cloud River realm, everyone was working hard to improve their cultivation, and spirit lots were an extremely important means of improvement. Most people would open a lot box as soon as they obtained one. Very few people would accumulate such a thing. So there was a high probability that buying a lot box wouldn't work. Unless Lu Yi was willing to buy it at the price of a blue spirit lot. But if he really did that, no one could guarantee whether Lu Yi would make a loss or profit. It was also uncertain how much he would receive. Maybe he wouldn't be able to buy a lot even after several days. After opening all the lot boxes, all the storage bags were opened and the materials were collected. Li Baxian found a storage bag, put some spirit pills and spirit stones inside, and threw it to Lu Yi. Without waiting for Lu Yi to refuse, Li Baxian said, "There are a lot of formation flags inside." Lu Yi didn't say anything. After inspecting it, he found that there were indeed several dozen formation flags inside, presumably the remnants of that formation cultivator. Although he had refined a batch of formation flags before, there weren't many left now. Now that he had several dozen more, it was just enough to replenish his supply. At once, he didn't refuse and carefully put it away. "Little junior brother, what do you plan to do next?" Li Baxian asked. "Originally, I wanted to rely on the transfer formation I set up myself and hide here until the hunting ground closed." "What about now?" Li Baxian raised his eyebrows, hearing the meaning behind Lu Ye's words. Lu Yi sighed and slowly said, "There's one thing I forgot to tell senior brother. The one ranked first on the hunting list seems to be me." Chapter 511. Inside the cave, Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan stared at Lu Yi in a daze. After a long time, Li Baxian asked, "Didn't you say it was someone else?" "I also thought it was someone else because, in my own calculations, I didn't have that many hunting points. The number 1 hunting points was a full 1,000 more than I calculated. But just now, after I killed 2 fifth-order cultivators, the number 1 hunting points increased by 240. Previously, 5 people had besieged Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan, and by the time Lu Yi arrived, one of them had already been killed by Li Baxian. Lu Yi had sneak attacked the 5th-order array master and then killed another 5th-order cultivator, killing 2 in a row. With his 3rd-order cultivation, killing a 5th-order cultivator 2 minor realms above him gave him 120 hunting points each. The number 1 hunting list originally had 1,550 hunting points, but after Lu Yi killed 2 5th-order cultivators, it became 1,790, an increase of 240 hunting points. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't found his name in the 90s before, Lu Yi could basically conclude that he was the one in first place. Otherwise, there would be no such coincidental increase. The number of hunting points on the hunting list is 1,000 more than you calculated? Where did it come from? Li Baxian was puzzled. After thinking about it, I can only think of one possibility. Saying so, Lu Yi took out the golden spirit lot from his storage space. It should be this thing that brought it. Every day in the hunting ground, Heaven's Secret will select one person and bestow a golden spirit lot. For 24 hours. This golden spirit lot cannot be used or stored. Only after 24 hours have passed can this spirit lot be truly possessed. I was selected by Heaven's Secret once before. Li Baxin was curious about the source of the extra 1,000 hunting points. So how could Lu Yi not be curious? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. However, the information he purchased from Heaven's Secret Commerce Union didn't mention such a thing, so he couldn't be sure. Moreover, 1,000 hunting points was a bit too much. Let me ask. Li Baxin did not have a good relationship with the cultivators of Pale Heart sect, but Feng Yuchan was different. Whether it was her background, appearance, figure, or talent, she was one of the best in Pale Heart sect. She had been in the Spirit Stream battlefield for more than a decade and had seen off countless cultivators of Pale Heart sect. Now, there were many Cloud River realm cultivators of Pale Heart sect active in the Cloud River battlefield, and many of them were in the 8th or 9th order. These people should know more about the hunting ground. Not long after, Feng Yuechan ended the transmission and said, "This kind of spirit lot bestowed by the heavens can indeed bring a cultivator hunting points. When the time limit is up, it's directly related to the cultivator's cultivation base and how long they've held it. The lower your cultivation, the longer you hold it, and the more hunting points you can earn." Lu Yi was a 3rd order origin realm cultivator, yet he was able to maintain this state for a full 24 hours. Throughout the entire 9 provinces, no one other than him could accomplish such a feat, disregarding everything else. The spirit lot would explode once every 6 hours, which was a total of 4 times. The location of the spirit lot was directly exposed, attracting a large number of cultivators to fight over it. How could a 3rd order cultivator hold onto a spirit lot in such an environment? It was precisely because of this that Lu Yi was able to earn 1,000 hunting points all of a sudden, reaching 1st place on the hunting list and leaving 2nd place far behind. It had been 2 days since the hunting ground opened. Before Lu Yi, there was a golden spirit lot bestowed upon him, but that golden spirit lot had changed hands several times. In the end, it was obtained by an 8th order cultivator who held it for just over 4 hours, earning him 300 hunting points. At that time, Lu Yi was hiding in the cave, ready to escape at any time, so he was naturally unaware of this. Wonderful. Li Baxin clapped. Lu Yi had set up many transmission arrays in advance, so if the situation went south, he could immediately escape. Therefore, the golden spirit lot bestowed by the heavens was definitely not a good thing for an ordinary 3rd order cultivator, but did not affect Lu Yi much. This 1,000 hunting points was equivalent to a gift from the heavens. This time, Li Baxin had a deep understanding of Lu Ye's luck. Originally, this junior brother was all alone and only focused on protecting himself. I wanted to hide here until the hunting ground closed, but now it seems that the 1st place on the hunting list is not impossible to compete for. The 1st place on the hunting list was rewarded with a grade A spring spirit and 9 golden spirit lots. Who wouldn't be jealous? Lu Yi was also jealous. He had a grade C spirit land before, so he didn't mind losing it. In any case, a grade C spirit land didn't bring him much improvement and instead caused him some restrictions. But if it was a grade A spirit land, it would be different. Even if he didn't need it, Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan would still need it. There was also the giant armor. With such a spirit land, they could cultivate in it without having to travel outside and search for various opportunities. Even if their cultivation speed was not as fast as using spirit lots, having a grade A spirit land was the best. Moreover, in addition to the grade A spring spirit, there were also 9 golden spirit lots, which was what Lu Yi urgently needed right now. He indeed had a lot of spirit lots in his hands, but at most they would only allow him to break through to the 4th order. He would need more spirit lots in the future. Of course, What made him want to compete for the top spot on the hunting list was the arrival of his fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan. These two weren't ordinary Cloud River Realm cultivators, now that they were fourth-order cultivators. While Lu Yi didn't dare say anything about their strength, fighting someone 2 minor realms above them shouldn't be a problem. If he teamed up with his fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan to take first place on the hunting list, the 9 golden spirit lots would be divided among the 3 of them, which would be enough for him to take a big step forward in his fourth-order cultivation and save him many days of hard work. Another point was that his cultivation was indeed low. Looking at the current hunting ground, there shouldn't be many people with a lower cultivation than him, but having a low cultivation was also an advantage. The advantage of obtaining hunting points. Hunting points were directly linked to one's merit, a 1-to-1 conversion. A 5th-order Cloud River Realm enemy, if Lu Yi were to kill him, would give him different hunting points than if Li Baxian were to kill him. So, even though most of the people on the hunting list were 8th or 9th order masters, if Lu Yi killed a 5th order, they would have to kill 3 5th order masters. If Lu Yi killed a 6th order, they would have to kill 4 6th order masters. Only then would they be able to equalize their hunting points. It was indeed easier for 8th or 9th order masters to kill enemies, but Lu Ye's hunting points were based on the number of enemies he killed. Both sides had their own advantages. In contrast, Lu Ye's advantage was undoubtedly greater because he had the ability to kill enemies above his realm. With his current strength, ordinary 5th order masters were nothing in front of him, and with Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, he could even kill 6th order masters. As for 7th order masters, it was best not to provoke them if possible. As for 8th or 9th order masters, they were absolutely impossible to defeat. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, the gap in cultivation was simply too great. However, as long as they took the appropriate measures, even if they encountered such a master, they would have a chance to escape. After realizing that he was first on the hunting list, and that 4th senior brother and Feng Yuechan had come to join him, Lu Ye's ambition had been ignited. That being said, if he really wanted to act, he still had to be careful. Little junior brother wants to compete for first place. Li Baxian raised his brow, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. If there was no hope at all, the key was that Lu Yi was now first on the hunting list, far ahead of the 2nd place. He didn't dare say too much, but as long as he continued to maintain this momentum until the hunting field closed, everything would be fine. With a thought, Li Baxian nodded. Since little junior brother has such an idea, senior brother and your senior sister Feng will lend you a hand. Senior brother, senior sister Feng, help me stand guard while I refine some array flags. Although they had just obtained a few dozen array flags, if they wanted to cause trouble in the hunting field, they needed enough array flags. In any case, the cultivation of the 3 of them was still too low. Only with enough array flags could Lu Yi arrange spirit arrays unscrupulously, and only by relying on the power of these spirit arrays could he protect himself when he encountered danger. Arranging spirit arrays was not to kill enemies, but to leave himself a way out. In this hunting field, there were many 8th or 9th order masters, so who knew when they would run into them? There were still a lot of materials left over from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union, enough to refine a few hundred array flags. The only troublesome thing was that when refining array flags, there would be spirit chi fluctuations, which could easily be exposed. For this reason, Lu Yi arranged a set of concealment spirit arrays so that as long as he didn't make too much noise, no one outside would be able to perceive him. Time passed by little as Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan rested and restored themselves while remaining vigilant. A large number of materials were consumed, and array flags were produced one after another. While he was refining array flags, many masters on the hunting list were fighting in all directions to obtain hunting points, especially Xiaoliang, who was ranked 2nd. He came from the 1st grade sect, Wild Saber sect, and had broken through to the Cloud River realm with 360 apertures. During the Spirit Stream battlefield, He had entered the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list. Looking at the entire hunting field, his strength was one of the best. Yu Yu reading when the hunting list first appeared, he was suppressed by Lu Yi. However, he soon overtook him and firmly occupied the first place. He hunted Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators everywhere. In the end, Lu Yi suddenly overtook him. Not only did he overtake him, but he also left him behind by a few hundred hunting points. This made Xia Liang very depressed. If he had only suspected that Lu Yi was the guy from the Blue Blood sect before, he was now certain. Because an increase of a whole 1,000 hunting points undoubtedly meant that Lu Ye's cultivation level was not high, which was consistent with the information he had received. However, he didn't know what method he had used to hold that special golden spirit tag for a full 24 hours. While hunting around, Yang Kai was also looking for Lu Ye's whereabouts, but unfortunately he found nothing. The hunting ground wasn't large, but it wasn't small either, so unless he had accurate information, it wouldn't be easy to find someone here. He didn't think that Lu Yi could compete with him for first place. A Cloud River tier cultivator with a low cultivation level would definitely be hiding somewhere at this moment, not daring to show himself. How could he dare to come out and compete with him? The facts proved that this was indeed the case. After a day and a night, Lu Ye's hunting points were fixed at 1,790, and he had obtained more than 1,600 hunting points. As long as he killed a few more people, he would be able to take back first place. Chapter 512. Inside the cave, Lu Yi had refined enough formation flags, and everything was ready. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had also fully recovered. The three of them stood up. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan each took out an item and stuck it on their faces. Lu Yi looked over and saw a smiling boy with red lips and white teeth pasted on Li Baxian's face. Feng Yuechan, on the other hand, had an aggrieved girl's face with tear stains on her face. Li Baxian also took out a mask and gave it to Lu Yi. Junior brother, wear this. It'll make things easier. Lu Yi silently took out a ferocious-looking demon's mask from his storage space and put it on his face. Li Baxian was taken aback and laughed, so Junior brother was already prepared. All of them were easy targets for the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge. At this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding and were prepared to face each other. After exiting the cave, they concealed their auras and randomly chose a direction to go. Although they wanted to compete for the hunting list, their main goal was to protect themselves. As such, they couldn't go too far from the cave. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape in time if they encountered danger. As long as they weren't too far from the cave, even if they encountered an expert they couldn't defeat, they could escape with the teleportation formation if they returned to the cave. 10 to 20 li was the limit. Search. With the restriction of distance, they naturally couldn't take the initiative to attack. As such, they could only wait. As they moved forward, Lu Yi told them his thoughts. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan both agreed. The rewards on the hunting list were tempting, but they couldn't take them without being alive to spend them. There was nothing wrong with playing it safe. Taking the initiative to attack would give them more opportunities, but it was also accompanied by greater risks. With the general idea set, the next step was convenient. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi stopped less than 20 li away from the cave. He looked around for a moment and nodded to Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. Without saying anything, the two quickly went in different directions to be on guard. At the same time, Yi also flashed out of Hupo's body and rushed in another direction. Lu Yi was left alone. He took out formation flags one by one and began to arrange a formation. This time, the main purpose of the formation was not to kill the enemy, but to trap the enemy. In this way, if they really encountered an enemy that they could not defeat, they could use the formation to delay the enemy's pursuit. It wasn't the kind of array that could be triggered, either. Instead, it needed to be actively controlled. This way, it could ensure that the array could be activated at a critical moment. Lu Yi, who had been alerted in advance, hurriedly hid himself so that he would not be exposed. 2 hours later, several large formations were set up. Everything was ready, and the few of them waited quietly. The hunting ground had been open for more than 3 days. Now, most of the cultivators moving in the hunting ground were in groups of 3 to 5. Although the benefits obtained by doing so would be shared equally, the risk would also be reduced. Those who still acted alone were at least at the 7th order realm. Only cultivators above the 7th order realm who had enough confidence in their own strength would act as lone wolves. Time passed, and the surroundings were quiet. On the hunting list, hanging high in the sky, the rankings of the masters were constantly changing. Xia Liang, who was ranked 2nd, was catching up step by step. The gap between him and Lu Yi was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed that he would soon surpass Lu Ye's ranking and return to the top. 2 hours passed, for hours passed. It was indeed not easy for them to encounter enemies by simply waiting for their prey. Although the number of cultivators in the hunting ground was not small, the hunting ground was also very big. Additionally, everyone was acting cautiously. No one would easily expose themselves. That was especially true of the ghost cultivators. They came and went without a trace. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. He looked up and saw a bright white light under a big tree not far from him. What was certain was that this white light had not appeared a moment ago. It had suddenly appeared. Lu Yi understood that this was an opportunity left behind by the heavens. He had encountered it before and obtained a white spirit stick from it. So this is how this kind of opportunity is born. Lu Yi now had a better understanding of the cruelty of the heavens. In the hunting ground, the heavens would choose a person every day and bestow a golden spirit stick. Every day, there would be a spirit stick descending from the sky. There were also various opportunities that would appear from time to time, and the hunting list hanging high in the sky that everyone could see. These various benefits and fortuitous encounters would cause the cultivators to fight and kill each other. The workings of the heavens were like a pair of invisible hands that pushed the cultivators to fight each other from behind the scenes, causing the blood of cultivators to spill all over the hunting grounds. Little junior brother, Li Baxian sent a message. Lu Yi replied, "I see it." He had thought that it would be difficult to encounter enemies by waiting like this. But now that there was such an opportunity here, he thought that it would not be long before someone came. It turned out that this was indeed the case. After only a cup of tea's time, 4 sneaky figures appeared in front of Lu Ye's eyes. These 4 people were extremely careful. They were in groups of 2 and sneaked over from different directions. However, they did not have the means of ghost cultivators, so they could not hide their whereabouts. At most, they could only try their best to restrain their aura to reduce the possibility of being exposed. The 4 of them did not approach the white light immediately. Instead, they searched from the outside to the inside bit by bit. Under such caution, ordinary means could not be hidden at all. Fortunately, Lu Yi had set up a concealment formation at Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's location. As long as the other party's perception was not ridiculously strong, there was a high chance that they would not be discovered. As for Lu Yi himself, with the concealment spirit rune, it could be said that he was a ghost cultivator at this moment. 2 of the 4 people walked past 3 feet in front of Lu Yi without noticing, while the other 2 went straight to Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's location. "Little junior brother, I'm ready to make my move." Li Baxian sent another message. Lu Yi did not reply. There was no need to reply. As long as there were not too many of these cultivators in groups, he was not afraid. This was because only cultivators with low strength would travel in groups. If he encountered a lone wolf, he would need to be the most vigilant. A cold light suddenly bloomed. Accompanied by the sound of a sword, Li Baxian's hidden figure was exposed. More than a dozen flying swords surged around him and shot out towards one of the cultivators in an instant. This sudden turn of events gave the 4 people here a fright, especially the 2 who were heading towards Li Baxian. Their expressions changed greatly as they felt the piercing, killing intent. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end. One of them immediately shouted, "Ambush!" He immediately summoned his spirit artifact and faced the sword light. When Li Baxuan made his move, he did not know which faction the other party belonged to. But this did not matter. As a sword cultivator who had been in the spirit stream realm for more than a decade, he could control his flying swords freely. The moment he made his move, his figure was exposed, and the other party's faction could be determined. If the other party was also from Grand Heaven Alliance, Li Baxuan could naturally guarantee that he would not injure them. But if the other party was from Myriad Demon Ridge, the dozen flying swords he used to ambush them would definitely make the first move. Almost at the same time as this person shouted, the battle marks on the back of their hands burst out with blue and red light. Li Baxuan was not only observing the other party's battle marks, but also their cultivation. No one would dare to be careless in such a sudden attack. They would definitely erupt with their full strength to meet the attack. This way, the other party's cultivation could be seen at a glance. When the two of them made their move, Li Baxuan was relieved. A fifth order and a fourth order were nothing in his eyes. The other two people not far from Lu Yi also reacted immediately. One of them was burly and brimming with vitality. He should be a body cultivator. He immediately rushed towards Li Baxuan. The other person's spirit chi surged as a spirit technique took shape in front of him. This person was a Dharma cultivator. The body cultivator had only taken a few steps when he saw a scene that shocked him. More than a dozen sword lights were blocked by his two companions, but even more sword lights continued to fly towards him. Before determining which camp the other party belonged to, Li Baxuan naturally could not use his full strength. The dozen or so flying swords were just a test. After confirming that the other party was from Myriad Demon Ridge, he began to exert his strength again. This was far from his limit. When he was in the spirit stream realm, he could already control 100 flying swords. Now that he was a fourth order Cloud River realm cultivator, the number of flying swords he could control would only increase. Sword cultivators were known for their murderous nature. So under such a sneak attack, unless one's cultivation was higher than his by 2 orders, it was impossible to resist. The sword lights swept across, breaking through the spirit chi shields of the two men and piercing through their bodies, causing blood to spurt from their wounds. The Cloud River realm was a realm with a great disparity in strength. Although these two barely had the foundation of a fourth order or fifth order, Li Baxuan's foundation was undoubtedly incomparable. In just a single exchange, a fourth order and a fifth order were almost killed on the spot. If it were not for Lu Yi keeping them alive, these two would have already died. The body cultivator who rushed towards Li Baxuan only felt his blood run cold as he stared at the smiling boy's face, wondering where this monster had come from. He instinctively stopped, but didn't expect a bolt of lightning to strike him from the side, causing him to tremble all over. Turning his head to look, he saw that a woman had appeared at some point. This woman was wearing a pitiful child mask with tear stains on her face, forming a sharp contrast with the boy's face. There was more than one person lying in ambush here, or even more than 2. The body cultivator was shocked. At the same time, the last body cultivator shouted, "Run!" The spell cultivator had just finished casting his spell, and seeing that his companion couldn't withstand a single blow, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly threw the spell at Feng Yuechan, and the spirit energy around him surged as he prepared to fly into the sky. However, in the end he was unable to fly. His body was less than a foot off the ground when a huge force fell from the sky, accompanied by a sharp slash. The fiery red sword light split open the body cultivator's spirit chi barrier and left a huge wound on his back. The body cultivator fell heavily to the ground, his soul almost leaving his body. There was actually someone behind him. Chapter 5:13. Li Baxuan and Feng Yuchan's attacks had attracted everyone's attention, and the magic cultivator was caught off guard by someone sneaking up behind him. By the time Lu Yi made his move, it was already too late. His body, which had just flown up, landed heavily on the ground. The sharp pain in his back made it almost impossible for him to breathe, and when he looked up, the sky was filled with saber lights. He hurriedly pushed his spirit energy barrier to protect himself, but it only lasted for 3 breaths before it was shattered by the saber lights. The crisscrossing saber lights slashed down, and the magic cultivator's body shook violently. It was unknown how many slashes he had suffered in an instant, but his spirit energy barrier had completely collapsed. Then his body became light, his vision turned upside down, and his consciousness quickly blurred. After dealing with this magic cultivator, Lu Yi rushed to the other side of the battlefield. At the same time, Feng Yuchan sent out a series of spells to entangle the body cultivator, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Baxian's flying sword swept over, trapping the other 2 seriously injured cultivators in place. Seeing Lu Yi rushing over, the sky full of sword lights retracted and attacked the body cultivator in unison. Before the 2 seriously injured cultivators could even catch their breath, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of them. With a raise of his blade, he chopped the 2 cultivators to the ground as if he was cutting vegetables. Under normal circumstances, one of these 2 was a 5th order and the other a 4th order, so it was hard to say who would win against Lu Yi. However, they were sneak attacked by Li Baxian and were seriously injured. They didn't die because Li Baxian didn't want to kill them. With such injuries, let alone Lu Yi, even an ordinary 3rd order cultivator could deal with them. After cutting down 2 more, Lu Yi looked in the direction of the last body cultivator. Search. Although it had only been a few breaths, this body cultivator was already covered in wounds. Dozens of flying swords shuttled back and forth, each attack impossible to defend against. Even if this body cultivator's skin was thick, he couldn't block it. Feng Yuchan's spells kept falling, causing the body cultivator's body to tremble violently and the spirit artifact shield in his hand to fall off. With Lu Yi joining in, the battle became even less suspenseful. A few breaths later, the burly figure of the body cultivator fell to the ground. Lu Yi immediately rushed towards the place where the white light was blooming, reaching out his hand and grabbing it, not even bothering to see what he had grabbed before hurriedly retrieving the array flags he had set up in the surroundings. At the same time, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan cleaned up the battlefield and collected the spoils of war. A moment later, Lu Yi whispered, "Let's go!" The 3 silhouettes quickly rushed towards the direction of the cave. Since they needed stability, they naturally couldn't stay in the same place. Although the battle just now was short, the aftermath of the battle wasn't small. If there were any powerful enemies nearby, it was very likely that they would attract people over. Although it was a little troublesome to change locations, it was safer. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 3 returned from the cave and sat down with their legs crossed. "Little junior brother, I've observed for a bit. The hunting points of first place have increased by 430 points. That's exactly the same as yours." "First place is undoubtedly yours," said Li Baxian. Lu Yi also saw it on the way back. Of the 4 people he killed before, 3 were 5th order and 1 was 4th order, which gave him 430 hunting points. The numbers matched, so he was indeed in first place. More than 400 hunting points in one battle was quite a bountiful harvest. One had to know that Xiaoliang, who was in 2nd place, only earned 500 hunting points a day on average. This battle was not much worse than Xiaoliang's harvest in a day. Originally, before this battle, Xiaoliang's hunting points almost surpassed Lu Ye's, but now Lu Yi had pulled away. Who knew what Xiaoliang was thinking about this? In the Cloud River battlefield, the hunting ground had been opened many times, but there had never been a case where a 3rd order cultivator occupied first place on the hunting list. Not to mention a 3rd order cultivator. Even a 7th order cultivator had never done so. Every time, the top 3 on the hunting list were either 8th order or 9th order cultivators, with 9th order cultivators occupying the top 3 most of the time. There were also masters who wanted to use the rule that low-level cultivators could obtain a large number of hunting points by killing high-level cultivators to occupy the hunting list, but it was really difficult to implement. First of all, if one wanted to use this rule to occupy the hunting list, then the cultivator's cultivation couldn't be higher than the 5th order, otherwise it would be meaningless. But even if a 9th order cultivator was carrying a 5th order cultivator, it was easy for accidents to happen. Most of the 9th order cultivators' opponents were enemy 9th order cultivators. Once they fought, it would be difficult for them to protect their companions, and it would be easy for the enemy to take advantage of them. Once an accident happened to their companions, all the hunting points they had accumulated before would be wasted. If Lu Yi hadn't met up with Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan on this trip, and because of the special golden spirit lot, he wouldn't have thought of competing for the hunting list. The safest thing for him to do was to hide in the dark and wait for the hunting ground to close. The collected trophies were gathered in front of Lu Yi, and he was responsible for opening the storage bags. Lu Yi naturally didn't have to worry about the restrictions on the bags. Soon, the storage bags were opened one by one. Lu Yi divided the storage bags into 3, taking one each with Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan. After emptying the contents of the storage bags, Yang Kai didn't gain anything good this time. He then checked the opportunity he had obtained from the white light before. Due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had time to examine it and had simply put it into his storage space. Taking it out at this moment, Yang Kai found that it was a spirit flower. Last time, he had obtained a white spirit lot from the white light. As expected, there were all sorts of strange opportunities scattered in the hunting ground. There were all sorts of things. Lu Yi didn't have any attainments in pharmacology, so he didn't know what this spirit flower was or what its effects were. He could only vaguely infer that its value wasn't very high. No matter what it was, when he had the opportunity to bring it back to the sect in the future, he would give it to Shui Yuan. The previous battle had started and ended quickly, so Lu Yi and the others hadn't consumed much of their strength, but for the sake of caution, the 3 of them didn't act again. Instead, they stayed in the cave for an hour to make sure that the battle hadn't attracted the attention of any masters before continuing to move. Just like before, the 3 of them walked out of the cave. This time, they walked in a different direction for more than 10 kilometers before finding a spot. Li Baxin, Feng Yuechan, and Yi spread out to guard while Lu Yi began to arrange the spirit array. When everything was ready, they waited for the fish to take the bait. The last time they had a harvest was the sudden appearance of the white light, which attracted a group of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators to investigate. This time they weren't so lucky. They waited for a full day and night. Although some cultivators flew past, they were all masters above the 7th order, so Lu Yi and the others didn't dare to act rashly. It wasn't until half a day later that a group of 3 people passed by. As usual, Li Baxin took the lead to attract attention, but when Li Baxin's figure was exposed, the battlefield mark on the back of his hand didn't react at all. The sharp sword light suddenly disappeared, startling the 3 people. They hurriedly responded, but it was a false alarm. These 3 people were from Grand Heaven Alliance. They were all from the same camp, so there was naturally no need to fight to the death. Li Baxin casually explained to the 3 people, and they quickly left. Waiting like this wasn't easy to harvest, because no one knew when the fish would take the bait. Even if the fish took the bait, there was a 50% chance that it would be from Grand Heaven Alliance. Even if it was from Myriad Demon Ridge, it wasn't clear whether the other party was a man-eating shark before they fought. However, whether it was Li Baxin or Lu Yi, they didn't have the slightest impatience. Both of them were well aware that in the hunting ground, their cultivation was their biggest weakness. 3rd order and 4th order cultivations were at the bottom of the hunting ground. If they wanted to ensure their own safety, they needed to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. Half a day later, another group of 3 passed by. Li Baxin attacked again. This time, the battlefield mark on the back of his hand reacted, blooming with a blue light. On the other hand, The three people on the other side were glowing with a red light. After a sneak attack, one of the opponents was severely injured on the spot, and the other two were also injured. With Feng Yu-chan's participation in the battle, the situation instantly became one-sided. Just as Lu Yi thought before, the cultivators who were traveling in groups now weren't very high in cultivation. Most of the cultivators above the 7th order were lone wolves. These 3 Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were all 5th order cultivators. Under the premise of Li Baxian's sneak attack, how could they be a match for him and Feng Yu-chan? In the fierce battle, Lu Yi hid his figure, and Yu Reed quietly crept up. A moment later, 3 corpses were lying on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. Lu Yi obtained 360 hunting points. Somewhere in the hunting ground, Xiaoliang, who was holding a long saber, looked up at the sky. Looking at the blood-red flag on the hunting list, the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He felt that the guy named Lu Yi was playing with him. He had this feeling since Lu Yi suddenly obtained 1,000 hunting points and occupied the first place on the hunting list. For the past few days he had been hunting everywhere, ambushing those cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance. Every day he had a harvest, constantly closing the gap between him and Lu Yi. However, every time he had the hope of overtaking Lu Yi's hunting points would suddenly increase by a few hundred points, making all his efforts go down the drain. It was like this before, and it was still like this now. Originally, he was only 100 hunting points away from Lu Yi, but now it was more than 400. How hateful! What made him even angrier was that he was being targeted by a 9th order cultivator from Grand Heaven Alliance. The other party's ranking on the hunting list wasn't high, only in the top 10. It seemed that his luck wasn't very good these days. If this trend continued, he wouldn't be able to reach the top 3 of the hunting list. Therefore, the other party acted as if he would rather not compete for the hunting list than let him compete for it. He had been hiding all this time. Hiding in the dark, he was tailing him. In a head-on fight, that person wasn't his opponent, but the other party was acting in the dark, and he really couldn't do anything about it. He was extremely frustrated. This song is even more exciting. 0R. Dove must be added to my favorites. Chapter 5:14. As time passed, Lu Yi and the other 2 followed the principle of moving to a new location after each battle. Almost every day, they would gain at least 300 hunting points, and as many as 500 hunting points. Accumulating in this way, the results were extremely impressive. The ranking on the hunting list didn't change much, but it was worth mentioning that Xiaoliang, who was originally ranked 2nd, had encountered something that caused his hunting points to increase very slowly. Now he was about to fall out of the top 10. Right now, the person in 2nd place was a guy named Tan Sheng. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that when the hunting list first appeared, this person's name was on it. From this, it seemed that this person was also a 9th order master. According to Li Baxian's memories, Tan Sheng was a cultivator from Myriad Demon Ridge. He came from a 2nd grade sect and was very strong. At the very least, when he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he was ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list. Most of the experts who were active in the Cloud River battlefield had once been on the Spirit Stream list. Li Baxian had been in the Spirit Stream realm for more than 10 years and had seen off batch after batch of Spirit Stream realm cultivators. He was no stranger to them and had even fought with many of them. Even the current True Lake realm masters had once had opponents or friends with Li Baxian. It had to be said that after staying in the Spirit Stream realm for a long time, one's network advantage was difficult for others to match. Most of the battles they encountered over the past few days were relatively easy because Li Baxian, a sword cultivator, could easily injure 1 or 2 enemies. Then, Feng Yu-chan would act and Lu Yi would hide and ambush. The battle would basically be settled very quickly. They also encountered a difficult battle. One of the opponents was a 6th order weapon cultivator, but Lu Yi took action and cut off his companion. With the three of them working together, the sixth order weapon cultivator could only swallow his hatred. No matter who it was, they were all ranked first on the spirit stream list and had the ability to kill enemies above their realm. As long as the enemy's background wasn't particularly strong, the three of them could take them down together. After another battle, Lu Yi looked up at the sky. The hunting points behind his name had reached 3,740 points, leaving the second place Tan Sheng behind by 1,000 points. He was truly far ahead. With such a gap, even Tan Sheng would feel despair. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a stream of light that flew straight towards him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him and crashed down. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were also on high alert. On the back of the three people's hands, a faint blue light began to bloom. On the back of the newcomer's hand, there was a dark red glow. Lu Yi and the other two felt as if they had been struck by a lightning talisman, and all of them froze in place. Lu Yi recognized the person who had come. It was the person who had fought with Xia Qian before. Lu Yi didn't know this person's name, only that he was a ninth order cultivator. Sure enough, if one often walked by the river, their shoes would eventually get wet. Everything had been going smoothly for the past few days, but today a ninth order master had appeared. It was obvious that the commotion from the battle just now had attracted him here. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan stood side by side, secretly channeling their spiritual energy. Lu Yi also had a serious expression. Since Wei Kei didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. Wei Kei swept his eyes around, looking at Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, then at Lu Yi. He only saw 3 different faces, but after catching a glimpse of the amber on Lu Ye's shoulder, Wei Kei couldn't help laughing. "Found you?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been searching for Lu Ye's whereabouts these past few days, but unfortunately he hadn't found anything. The hunting ground was hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide, and there were countless cultivators pouring into it. Finding a single person in this place was extremely difficult. He could only infer from the daily changes on the hunting list that Lu Yi hadn't been idle recently. After all, he was gaining a few hundred hunting points almost every day. So how could he be idle? Recently, Yang Kai had made some gains in the hunting ground. As a ninth order master, he naturally disdained to accompany others and instead wandered around searching for opportunities. He had also obtained a lot of opportunities, even snatching some spirit sticks, but his hunting points were not many. Currently, he was ranked less than 20 on the hunting ground. Yang Kai didn't expect to win a good ranking on the hunting list. For him, the most important thing was to find Lu Yi and kill him. Although the rewards from the hunting list were good, they were nothing compared to the rewards offered by the major sects in the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Those were resources that one could enjoy for the rest of one's life. How could a mere hunting list compare to them? Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was Lu Yi. Just now, he was just passing by and felt the aftermath of the battle here. So he came to investigate, but he didn't expect to find Lu Yi here. Although the faces worn were different, the amber was an obvious mark, and the mountain coiling saber in Lu Ye's hand was also familiar to Wei Kei. So how could he not be sure of his identity? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Kei raised his hand and cast a spirit technique. Although this blow was just a casual one, with a ninth order cultivation, even a casual blow was not something Lu Yi could contend with. The spirit technique had almost reached Lu Yi as soon as it was formed. Yang Kai's spirit chi surged, and a thick spirit inscription appeared in front of him. At the same time, a sword rang out, and a series of flying swords flew through the air, slamming into the spirit technique and weakening its power. Li Baxian could tell at a glance that Lu Yi couldn't resist this blow, so he didn't attack Wei Kei, and instead prioritized saving Lu Ye's life. Not only did he take action, but Feng Yuechan also attacked. However, even with the two of them working together, they could only weaken the power of the spirit technique and couldn't completely destroy it. With a bang, spirit chi exploded and the spirit inscription in front of Lu Yi shattered, the huge impact sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Wei Kei coldly snorted and opened his other hand towards Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, summoning a huge disk of spirit chi. The mysterious lines on this disk flowed and surged, and from this disk a series of light blue wind blades swept towards Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. When he attacked Lu Yi, he held back because he was afraid that Lu Yi would be smashed to pieces. After all, he still needed to exchange Lu Ye's head for the bounty. When he attacked Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, he didn't have to worry so much and went all out. Many flying swords flew back and formed a sword barrier in front of them. Feng Yuechan also activated her spirit chi, and mist rose to form a 3-foot-tall cloud giant in front of them. The wind blades pierced through the cloud giant's body and instantly destroyed the spirit technique. Li Baxian's sword barrier couldn't withstand it and only lasted for a moment before it was broken. At the critical moment, Feng Yuechan summoned an umbrella-like spirit tool. The umbrella opened and spirit chi surged, forming a shield and blocking the wind blades. A spirit tool. Wei Kei could tell at a glance that the spirit umbrella was famous and secretly guessed Feng Yuechan's identity. After all, a Cloud River realm cultivator who could use a spirit tool definitely had an extraordinary background. He laughed wildly in his heart. This was really a blessing from the heavens. Not only did he find Lu Yi, but he also got 2 good prey. As long as he could kill these 3 people, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Kill Lu Yi first. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wei Kei ignored Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan and rushed toward Lu Yi. As a spirit cultivator, he should be able to kill enemies from a distance. However, his cultivation level was a full 6 levels higher than Lu Yi's, and Lu Yi was very important, so he didn't dare to take the risk. If a spell really smashed Lu Yi to pieces, then there would be no witnesses, and he wouldn't be able to claim the reward. To be safe, it was better to kill at close range. However, he had only run a few dozen feet when he saw Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground, jump up. At the same time, a spell flag appeared in his hand, and he waved it. There was a buzzing sound, and a layer of light suddenly appeared, instantly turning into a shield. It was like a large inverted bowl, covering a radius of several dozen feet. Wei Kei was caught off guard and was firmly covered. A spell formation! Wei Kei thought to himself. A spell formation had been set up here in advance. Looking at the appearance of this spell formation, it seemed to be a trap. He couldn't let Lu Yi escape. With a thought, Wei Kei raised his hand and sent a golden arc towards Lu Yi's position. However, Lu Yi had already turned around and rushed out the moment he activated the spirit array. Holding the array flag, he rushed out of the light barrier without any hindrance. The golden arc that was chasing him hit the light barrier, but it was blocked by the light barrier, only causing ripples. This trap array was very similar to a protection array, but also very different. If a cultivator was inside a protection array, the light barrier would block attacks from the outside. But if a cultivator was inside a trap array, the light barrier would not block attacks from the outside, but attacks from the inside. In short, the protection array defended outside, while the trap array defended inside. The 2 spirit arrays looked the same on the surface, but their effects were completely opposite. If one wanted to escape, they would have to break the array. But Lu Yi, as the person who set up the array flag, was naturally not limited by it. This was also why he dared to compete for the hunting list as a 3rd-order cultivator. With the cooperation of Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, ordinary Cloud River realm cultivators were no match for them. Even if they encountered an invincible master, as long as they could activate the trap array here, they could delay the enemy for a while. And the 3 of them could take advantage of this opportunity to escape. The moment the trap array appeared, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had already taken to the air and fled into the distance. Lu Yi's movements were a little slower, but not by much. He followed closely behind the 2, forming a pair of wings and activating wind travel. His speed was even faster than Li Baxian's, and he soon caught up. Wei Kai was dumbfounded as he watched Lu Ye flee. He felt his heart bleeding. He was so close to killing Lu Ye and enjoying a lifetime of wealth. Spirit Qi surged as a series of fierce spirit techniques blasted towards the light barrier, causing ripples to appear on the trap array's light barrier, and its light quickly dimmed. Such a big movement naturally could not escape the perception of Lu Ye and the others, and they fled even faster. Although the trap array was effective, it certainly could not completely trap a ninth-order cultivator. At most, it could only delay them for a while. As for how long it could trap them, that would depend on Wei Kai's methods.